Great. Perfect.
Don't throw your papers everywhere.
Cuban coffee. You know, the economy in Cuba must be really, really rough.
If you'll be seated, we'll begin. I'm going to have to start this. Our business today is the State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024. I'll now recognize Chairman Diaz-Balart to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 2024 Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill to the full committee for consideration and for approval. I want to start by thanking Chairwoman Granger for her leadership to get us to this point in the process. And I also want to recognize her previous chairmanship and leadership in this subcommittee, as well as the Dean of the House, the Chairman Emeritus of this committee, my friend Hal Rogers, as well, who also chaired the subcommittee. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Ranking Member Lee. I think it's fair to say that her and I disagree on most issues. But let me tell you, she cares deeply about the programs funded in this bill. Her and I have been able to work and do so, frankly, in a collaborative fashion, and I look forward to continue working with her as this bill moves forward. And finally, I want to thank the members of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, all the members on both sides of the aisle, for their meaningful engagement during this budget process. So this bill was developed over many months through a careful and thorough review of organizations and programs that receive U.S. taxpayer money. Among the factors considered were whether we could see real demonstrated results, how much funding was still available, and whether the investments were something that most Americans support. But there were two even more important issues I considered with every decision in this bill: our national debt and our national security. The State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill today totals $52.5 billion in new budget authority, which is a cut of $7.2 billion, or a 12% reduction from fiscal year 2023 enacted levels, and a $16.4 billion, or 24% below the President's request. Now, this amount is offset by $11.1 billion in rescissions of partisan wasteful spending, resulting in a new net spending of only $41.4 billion. If you've read the bill, and I know everyone in this committee has, you know it reflects a significant different approach. But it's also really, really straightforward. And this is the issue. If you are a friend and an ally of the United States, this bill supports you. But if you are an adversary or you're cozying up to our adversaries, then, frankly, you're not going to like this bill. Organizations that advance freedom and deliver results favorable to the American national security interests are supported. Organizations that elevate human rights abusers, conspire with autocrats, reject transparency, and tolerate anti-Semitic sentiment, frankly, just do not merit support. The measure before you addresses the national security threat to the United States posed by the Chinese Communist Party and responds in an unprecedented manner. This bill provides $4.4 billion to counter the influence of the People's Republic of China, which is $1 billion above the President's request. for that. Within this funding, the top priority is supporting Taiwan's security needs. For the first time, this bill provides a direct appropriations of $500 million in foreign military assistance, foreign military finance grants to help democratic Taiwan deter PRC coercion and aggression. Let's be clear, the United States must get serious about the malign, destabilizing actions of Communist China around the world, by the way, including in our own hemisphere. That's why this bill strengthens effort to counter this encroaching threat, while also including new safeguards to prevent taxpayer dollars from supporting the Chinese Communist Party. Directly tied to our national security is the support of other key allies. This bill provides unwavering support for our democratic ally Israel and fully funds the United States-Israel MOU by providing $3.3 billion in security assistance. The bill provides full support to two other vital security partners in the region, Egypt and Jordan. It also includes a new prohibition on funding for any nuclear agreement with Iran until, this is not that dramatic, until such an agreement is submitted to Congress and ratified by the Senate. Another priority of this bill, which impacts all Americans, is to combat the trafficking of opioids, and in particular, of fentanyl. Everyone in this committee knows the effects of fentanyl in our districts, our neighborhoods, our schools. This insidious drug is finding new paths to kill young people in our country, and it has to be stopped. The migration crisis at the southern border is symptomatic of this administration's lack of a clear strategy towards the Western Hemisphere. So for too long, countries around the hemisphere have been rewarded despite cozying up to our adversaries. And this bill puts a stop to that. The United States must focus more attention and provide resources to meet the challenges and the opportunities in the region, including to support like-minded countries such as Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, and Panama. Now, I want to turn to Colombia. The importance of the United States partnership with Colombia cannot be understated. For decades, the U.S. has partnered with and supported the people of Colombia in building a thriving and stable democracy. I, frankly, have been one of the strongest supporters of those efforts. And I also want to thank, in particular, the co-chairman of the Colombia Caucus, Mr. Cuellar, for your leadership in supporting those efforts as well. Now, unfortunately, the current trajectory of the Colombian presidency under President Petro, under his leadership, is increasingly at odds with American security and economic interests. So therefore, I have decided to defer funding for Colombia. But because of the strong and historic relationship between the people of our two countries, the committee will continue to assess the actions of the government of Colombia as the appropriation process moves forward. More broadly, this committee recognizes the growing threat of authoritarian regimes around the world. Therefore, the bill fully funds democracy assistance accounts in support of freedom and human rights where they are most threatened. The timing, by the way, of today's markup is really significant. Yesterday, folks, marked the 2-year anniversary of the beginning of the historic uprising by the people of Cuba, demanding one thing: freedom. In recognition of this ongoing pursuit of freedom, this bill includes $30 million for democracy programs in Cuba, and it also restores critical funding for the Office of Cuba Broadcasting. This program has been drastically reduced in recent years, even while funding for broadcasting in the rest of the world received annual increases. This bill rebalances those investments. I am proud that both of these programs were requested, by the way, on a bipartisan basis, and I believe it sends a very strong message as we mark the 2-year anniversary of the pro-democracy protests right here in our hemisphere. Before discussing funding for the United Nations, I want to be sure that everyone here, the members of this committee, know who's running the show there. this isn't in the category of you can't make this stuff up. It would be hard to even make this up. But remarkably, and sadly, it's true. So here, listen to this. Russia was chair of the UN Security Council during the month of April. Iran will be the next vice president of the UN General Assembly. Communist China, and we know who they are, the genocide against the Uyghurs, that's raging, and Cuba, one of the world's oldest and worst dictatorships, they both sit on the UN Human Rights Council. And North Korea, because that wasn't enough, which is an appalling, irresponsible, dangerous terrorist state that starves its own people, is now the newest member of the World Health Organization. You can't make this up. So while the world's worst human rights abusers ascend in UN bodies, Israel is routinely, constantly faces biased, unjustified attacks and is undermined across the entire UN system. So therefore, it should be no surprise that no funds are included in this bill for the UN regular budget, period. The ineffectiveness and the egregious failures of the United Nations and UN bodies is counter to the goals and the priorities of this bill, and they do not merit the support of the American people. Over the last several years, we have witnessed a huge boondoggle of climate change spending that will have no measurable impact on lowering temperatures. And this bill provides a much-needed course correction. It prohibits funds for the Green Climate Fund, the Clean Technology Fund, and a new fund that the administration has inexplicably agreed to last year, again, putting the taxpayer, American taxpayers on the hook to pay for so-called climate damages to other countries. This bill puts a stop to counterproductive climate policies that place a straitjacket on energy and economic growth in developing countries. These policies leave countries unable to support themselves, more dependent on foreign aid, and also throws the door wide open for communist China. Along with this wasteful spending, the special presidential envoy for climate change takes an awful lot of taxpayer-funded trips to high-profile events, be it coronations, royal weddings, frankly, or other exclusive, super exclusive events around the world. To address this and other frivolous expansions of bureaucracy, the bill eliminates funding for special envoys and special representatives that are not authorized, or that are not Senate confirmed. If they're that important, have them authorized or have the Senate confirm them. The bill puts new emphasis on advancing American economic interests abroad and prioritizing consular services to reduce the passport backlog. I'm going to make sure everybody heard that. This problem is no longer an inconvenience. It is impacting millions of Americans seeking to travel internationally. And finally, Madam Chairwoman, and really most importantly, this bill includes all longstanding pro-life protections, which includes a prohibition on all taxpayer funds from being used to pay for abortions and builds on those requirements by applying the Protecting Life in Global Health Assistance Policy to all global health funding. This bill also prohibits funding for the UN Population Fund. Now, I'm not surprised, it's not surprising that after this bill was released, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle immediately condemned that. That wasn't surprising. But I think what should surprise all of us is what the minority in their press release was outraged about. Their press release expressed concern over the bill's prohibition of funding to, quote, in their press release, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the EcoHealth Alliance, gain of function research, and any lab controlled by China, Russia, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela. I'm quoting from their press release. These countries are the official list of United States foreign adversaries. And 3 are state sponsors of terrorism. Does anybody really want foreign aid going to a lab in these places? Really? The press release also expresses concern with partisan writers that specifically highlight the prohibition on funds, again, you can't make this stuff up, to the government of the PRC or the Chinese Communist Party, and prevents lending from international financial institutions to the PRC. I'm quoting from their press release. I will tell you, I'm not easily shocked, but I'm still in disbelief that the minority could think, under any scenario, that foreign aid should support the Communist Chinese Party. Now, before closing, I want to express my appreciation for the work of the staff. From the majority staff, I want to particularly thank our clerk, Susan Adams, her team, Craig Higgins, Clelia Alvarado, Jamie McCormick, Trey Hicks, Meg Gallagher, Alex Sutton, and John Muscolini, and Joe Cutler. And from my personal office, I want to thank Cesar Gonzalez, Giselle Reynolds, and Autumn Murley. And from the minority staff, I also want to thank Aaron Kolodziejski, Lori Mignon, and Lillian Waverly. We really appreciate the hard work that you put in, the work that you do, and we can never thank the staff enough. And lastly, again, Madam Chairwoman, I thank you for your leadership, and with that, I would like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Balart. I now recognize Ms. Lee for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me take a moment to thank yourself, our ranking member, DeLauro, and our Chairman, Diaz-Balart, for your leadership, and also to Chairman Diaz-Balart. Yes, we do have differences of opinion on most issues, and especially in listening to your opening statement, but I appreciate the respect and the collegiality that you provide for all of us in putting this bill together. And so thank you again for that. I've spent, as you know, much of my time in Congress talking about the 3 Ds of our national security: diplomacy, development, and defense. Each of these has a role to play in keeping our country safe, strong, and secure, along with creating a world which our grandkids and our children can enjoy and prosper in. The fiscal 24 SFOPS bill does not adequately invest in those objectives, and I'm very disappointed that I will not be able to support it. Just for context, the President's request was $68.9 billion. FY23, which we reported, was $59.7 billion. And I believe this bill lands at about $41.37 billion. And so my first concern is the allocation for the programs of the State Department, USAID, and other related programs, which are at levels not seen since 2009. That's 2009. And are a 30% reduction from last year. It puts these 3 Ds completely out of balance. If House Republicans had their way, the Pentagon would receive 20 times more. Let me repeat, 20 times what this bill invests in diplomacy and development combined. This is a mistake. Even our military leaders realize this and will make the job of our Defense Department more challenging. And Republicans seem to realize that they've gone too far as well. They've had to make up for the shockingly and absurdly low allocation by including a very cynical rescission of a tax credit to our own constituents, by including a reduction of the Inflation Reduction Act, which is about 11%. These rescissions provide for the final allocation of this bill being 12% lower than our current funding and 24% lower than what the administration says we need to meet our global commitments. In our interconnected world, global investment and engagement are more important than ever. This bill fails to meet the challenges of our time. Historic migration, a changing climate, the climate emergency which it is globally, growing conflict within and between states, and economic stagnation. These are just some of the challenges that cannot be addressed by one country. Our only chance at success is to work together with our partners and allies to tackle these problems. It is not always easy, and we will not always agree with every country about everything. But by holding on to our values and seeking common ground, we will make progress in our own best interests. Yet this bill does the opposite. It views the world in a black and white, good and evil paradigm. If we don't like everything about an organization or can't control their actions, this bill prohibits funding it. It's our way or the highway, take it or leave it. We cannot afford this approach if we want to maintain our influence on the world stage. And believe me, that is not the approach that the government of the PRC is taking. The PRC is not applying litmus tests. They are offering help. Most people I speak to around the world would prefer to partner with the United States. But with this bill that the majority is pushing, they're pushing really people into the arms of the PRC for help. Countries, unfortunately, will even more so now begin to look at the PRC instead of the United States for our bilateral and trade and economic relationships. Colleagues, the PRC now has more embassies and diplomats around the world than the United States does. They have overtaken us. How does this bill respond? By cutting the funds that support our embassies and diplomats by $900 million. We have watched as the PRC challenges us at the United Nations and other multilateral institutions, working to insert their values of authoritarianism and disrespect for human rights. How does this bill respond? By cutting all funding to the United Nations and its agencies, leaving our adversaries waiting to fill the void that we will leave behind. I'm deeply disturbed by the path that this bill takes us down. We used to say that politics stops at the water's edge. However, this is a deeply political bill that seeks to satisfy the most extreme among us without consideration of the real-life consequences for our national security and, yes, the well-being of our allies. The House Mark claims to take a hard line on countries that don't share our values, but yet it removes conditions on human rights and political prisoners and corruption in countries we know struggle with these challenges. It asks our diplomats and development professionals to do more monitoring, reporting, and oversight. Yet it shortchanges them of the funding that they need for operations and staffing. Doesn't make any sense. The bill invites the culture wars into our foreign policy by making diversity, drag queens, and critical race theory boogie men and women, distracting us from the real life and death challenges of the world. The bill also takes a very dishonest approach to the threat posed by climate change. Right now, people all over the world are confronting the impacts of human-caused climate change, life-threatening temperatures, crop failures, floods, and severe weather. They need help confronting the problems that we largely have created. Yet the majority wants to pretend that our climate finance investments are about controlling the planet's temperature like some sort of a goal of a thermostat, which a thermostat has. And that's not really how it works. We have countries that might not literally exist in a generation because of the changes that are happening. We're spending billions every year, both here at home and overseas, dealing with humanitarian emergencies and responding to even stronger storms, raging fires, and devastating droughts. Failing to invest in adapting to the new reality means continued and escalating conflict and crisis, which puts Americans and people everywhere at risk. One area that the bill does prioritize is global health, but then, mind you, it undercuts investments by curtailing partnerships that would make every investment go further and be more sustainable. The World Health Organization is not perfect. Actually, no organization is. But coming out of a global pandemic that killed 7 million people globally, we are not going to participate in one global trade focused on coordination around health issues and health threats. That just doesn't make any sense. Around the world, 218 million women still don't have access to the tools needed to decide when and how to have a baby, while hundreds of thousands of them, mind you, hundreds of thousands of them die in childbirth. We're still going to make it harder for women to access care through both policies and reduced funding. We're going to cut the UNFPA, the one partner that provides services to mothers and their babies in the hardest places. Today, I will introduce an amendment to correct some of these defaults, and I hope my colleagues will listen to how we can support the health of women and their children in a supportive and not punitive way. And also, I'm very upset about how this bill attacks the efforts to strengthen diversity in our foreign policy workforce. Now, the rich diversity of the United States is really one of our greatest strengths. People around the world, religious and ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus people, they look first to the United States for support and inspiration as they seek to claim their human rights. It's unimaginable to me that our Republican colleagues see a threat in efforts to make sure that our diplomats and development experts reflect and respect that same diversity. We also need to make sure that we are providing support in a way that stands up for human rights and preserves the dignity of those whom we are assisting. Doing this differentiates the United States from those actors that seek to push their own agenda of marginalizing the most vulnerable people in societies, including members of religious and ethnic minority groups, women, girls, and members of the LGBTQ plus community. Now, I know many of my Republican colleagues support the investments in the SFOPS bill because I have seen thousands of requests that members submitted in prior years, over 5,500, 6,000 requests. Today's House mark would have severe consequences for United States leadership, our ability to work with others on shared challenges, and our long-term national security. The world as we know is full of threats that don't respect borders, from climate change to pandemics to assertive dictators. We can't stick our head in the sand and hope it will go away. It's deeply disappointing to me that I will not be able to support this bill today. Democrats will not support a bill if it means turning our backs to the world's most vulnerable women and the looming threat of climate change. We all know that in the end, final appropriations bills will need bicameral and bipartisan support. This bill, as written, will not get this support, and the House will have squandered an opportunity to present our own proactive priorities. I urge my colleagues to oppose this destructive bill. I yield back, but I first want to also thank our staff, the minority and majority staff, for coming together and putting forth the bill. They've worked day and night on this, and we wouldn't be able to be at this point today had it not been for our great staff. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. As we continue our work on the fiscal year 2024 bills, I want to remind everyone of the situation we find ourselves in. During the last Congress, trillions of dollars were spent outside of the appropriation process. We have no choice but to take a hard look at the spending this committee oversees. The State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill before us strikes the right balance. It funds important national security priorities while reducing spending on unnecessary programs. For example, the bill prioritizes resources to counter China, Russia, Iran, and other hostile countries. At the time when our enemies are becoming more aggressive, we must continue to support our partners and allies around the world. For example, the chairman has included the funding request for Israel to defend itself. The bill also addresses the harmful and growing bias against Israel at the United Nations. Finally, this bill includes many other provisions that will properly refocus the work of state and USAID. The bill strengthens pro-life protections, supports faith-based organizations, and promotes religious freedom, and prevents funding for controversial programs. To close, I want to thank the members and staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work. This is a strong bill, and I look forward to supporting it. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Granger, Chairman Diaz-Balart, and Ranking Member Barbara Lee. I would also like to say a thank you to the majority staff and to the minority staff, particularly on the minority side, Erin Kolodziejski, Lori Mignone, and Lillian Wasfari. Before I share my thoughts on this disastrous bill that completely abandons U.S. leadership abroad, I want to begin by sharing comments from President Trump's former Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, who had this to say in response to the proposed cut of the state and foreign operations allocation by nearly 1/3, and I quote, "When we don't lead, we create a vacuum that will be filled instead by China." He continued, and I quote, "America's leadership means more than just military capability. Diplomacy and foreign assistance are part of it too. This proposed budget would upend that relationship by gutting our civilian toolkit and depriving America of the diplomatic leadership whose benefits I have seen last a lifetime," end quote. That was a Trump appointee about the cuts that we are voting on today. Furthermore, I hope that you saw the letter that we received from the American Jewish Committee. And I quote again, "We are concerned by drastic cuts to the proposed FY24 State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill. At just 1% of the federal budget, the international affairs budget is a strategic investment that advances America's interests around the world. Strong, principled American leadership in global affairs is the best protection for our national security interests, the preservation and advancement of democratic values and human dignity, and the security of our closest allies." The president of the One campaign, Tom Hart, said, and I quote, "Foreign assistance, especially development funding, is an incredibly important tool to advance America's foreign policy, national security, and economic priorities. It is not a handout. It is a strategic investment that can lift millions out of poverty, turn the tide against deadly diseases, strengthen our economy, and make America safer. These short-sighted cuts will have long-term consequences, jeopardize our investments, and hurt the American taxpayer." Let me also quote from the Global Health Leadership Coalition. A subcommittee appropriation falls woefully short of the resources needed to address converging crisis and severely undercuts critical global health and humanitarian assistance programs. This bill is a dangerous signal to the rest of the world that the U.S. is ceding leadership on the global stage. Quite honestly, we have heard from more than 70 organizations, nonprofits, faith-based organizations, advocacy organizations, who have expressed their national security concerns with the House Republican plans. This includes Catholic Relief Services, the Christian connection to international health, action against hunger, the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Jewish World Service, Drugs for Neglected Disease Initiative, the Global Health Council, Global Justice Center, International Center for Research on Women, the International Medical Corps, Policy Cures Research, Project Hope, Save the Children, Task Force on Global Health, and many, many more. This bill cedes America's position as the leader of the global community to our adversaries, Russia, China, Iran. It fails to protect Americans, and it weakens our national security. The greatest challenges facing the United States are multidimensional and cross-border. House Republicans' 2024 State Foreign Ops and Related Programs bill shortchanges foreign assistance, abdicates our country's leadership on a global stage, hinders our ability to address the climate crisis, and harms women around the world. This is a reversal of the United States' historic position on the world stage. We are supposed to be the leaders of the free world. World War II established the United States as the foremost superpower, the global model for democracy and freedom and generosity. But whether we are talking about military, economic, or humanitarian assistance, or any of the areas that our foreign policy takes us, this bill completely unravels the hard-fought credibility and influence that we have earned to be global leaders. The majority is diminishing the United States, what we stand for, and what our values are, for our own people and for people around the world who look to us for inspiration. They look to us for hope. Not to mention, the majority continues to imperil the relevance of the House Appropriations Committee, not just domestically, as we have seen in previous weeks, but internationally as well. The majority's allocation proposed an unfathomable 31% cut to our nation's ability to engage in diplomacy and to project soft power. But they knew from the start such a cut would be irresponsible and lead to negative repercussions around the world. And like many of the other bills, this bill cuts billions of dollars, $11 billion of which comes from the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is part of the Inflation Reduction Act. This fund leverages private sector investments to help communities all over the country modernize and transition their energy infrastructure. The program is set to directly create 1 million jobs over a decade, 380,000 in low-income and disadvantaged communities, and would produce $100 billion in cost savings over the expected lifetime of the investments. This is the same act we have seen over and over again. First, in the Polluters Over People Act, H.R. 1, and again in the Default on America Act. This is a historic program that will benefit Americans living in each of our districts, and it has no business being on the bargaining table. With this level of funding, the majority looks to send us back to the isolationism of the early 20th century. We live in a time of escalating threats and competition abroad that require commanding influence and enduring cooperation with the international community. This is the wrong time to retreat in our efforts to engage peacefully and constructively. Global engagement and foreign assistance are critical to bolstering our national security. As our colleague, Defense Subcommittee Ranking Member McCollum shared during our markup of the defense bill, former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis said, and I quote, "If State Department funding gets cut, I need to buy more ammunition," end quote. I can only guess how much more we will need after the majority's proposed cuts. If they will not listen to the Democrats on this committee, perhaps the majority will at least reflect on what Secretaries Esper and Mattis have had to say about this shameful degradation of our nation's diplomatic resources and capabilities. This bill abdicates U.S. leadership of the United Nations and other multilateral and international institutions by not including any funding for the UN regular budget, the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization, or most of our assessed contributions. Republicans eliminate the International Organization and Programs account, endangering support for UN Women, UNICEF, and the UN Development Program. When it comes to international cooperation, withdrawing from these organizations is putting America last and allowing others to take the place as a global leader: China, Russia, Iran. This bill prohibits the U.S. from contributing to the United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA, the world's largest provider of donated contraceptives to developing countries. In addition to providing family planning services, UNFPA seeks to end preventable maternal death and gender-based violence and harmful practices, stopping preventable death, ending female genital mutilation. Republicans don't believe America has an interest or role in either. And by shortchanging humanitarian programs at a time when a historic number of refugees are fleeing conflict and instability, the United States will not have the tools to properly respond and assist our allies. Finally, the partisan riders are another reminder of where the majority is looking to take this process. With every 2024 funding bill, Republicans have injected partisan culture wars riders, like bans on diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender-affirming care, abortion access, and a host of other things not germane to the bills that they are passing. No, Republicans are using these riders to spread hate and distract from the terrible cuts that they are including in these bills. While we will continue to decry these riders, we will make sure that the American people, including your constituents, know what harms you have prepared to inflict. They will see that you are raising energy costs, taking food off families' tables, threatening our national security, and making our communities less safe. You are fooling no one. For all of these reasons, I must vote against this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are the other amendments, members' amendments waiting to take general comments about the bill? Mr. Garcia, I recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the chairwoman, the ranking members, as well as Chairman Diaz-Balart for this very good bill. This bill actually does trim the fat. This is something that looks to defund our investments in our adversaries, which is, it's actually wild to me that we would spend money on some of these programs that go to direct support for countries like China, Cuba, Venezuela in the past. This bill undoes some of the damage and actually gets us back to what is effectively 2016 spending levels for the State Department, a department, frankly, that called Afghanistan a logistical success. So it has its weaknesses, but it also makes sure that we are not making the U.S. subservient to these global organizations like the United Nations, World Health Organizations, World Economic Fund, and it defunds these globalist initiatives. So this is very important what this bill is doing. It's been in the arc back to an America First mindset, which is very important. And America First doesn't mean isolationism, as someone in the ranking, on the minority have asserted. This isn't isolationism. This is still investing $500 million in foreign military financing and foreign military funds to Taiwan. It's still investing $3.3 billion to our most important strategic and tactical ally on the entire planet, which is Israel, not only in an effort to gain stability in the Middle East, maintain stability in the Middle East, but hopefully get to a lasting peace in the Middle East and in the region writ large. $3.3 billion is a significant investment in our Israeli partners. And it really makes sure that we're holding the folks that we spend taxpayer dollars on in the form of FMF accountable for those funds and transparency. And like I said, trimming the fat, the unnecessary, superfluous globalism initiatives taken out. There is something that that I'm not a fan of in this bill, and I appreciate the chairman's consideration on this and the discussions and the commitments. In the past years, we've included provisions in the appropriation bills that would require Egypt to take steps to improve its human rights behaviors and reform within their borders to get full advantage or take full advantage of what is about a 1.3 billion dollar FMF assistance program from the United States. This bill doesn't have any of those conditions for improvement on their human rights in mitigating their political prosecutions. But I do understand in this environment where we, this administration has turned its back on our international allies, we cannot further incentivize countries to run into the arms of China, to run into the arms of Iran in many cases for alliances, support, weapons. And so I do understand the rationale for making sure that we can continue to have meaningful dialogue with nations like Egypt to help make them better, and when they are using American taxpayer foreign military funds, to make sure it's indicative of our values and the open free speech capitalist values that we instill and are supported by our Constitution should be adopted by nations that we support with FMS funds. So I appreciate the chairman's commitment to continue to have that dialogue. I think it's very important to help Egypt get better. We do need to support Egypt. They're a critical ally in the Middle East as well. And I urge full support of this bill that cuts the fat, doubles down on investments that are critical to our alliances around the planet, and is in the interest of national security. I yield back.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Three levels that this bill proposes leaves our nation in a much weaker position to confront the most pressing challenges that we face at home and abroad. At a time when China is increasingly asserting itself on the world stage by spending heavily on its military, heavily on development assistance around the world, and heavily investing in its diplomacy, our spending bill would make the United States much less competitive. In fact, it would literally cede the playing field to China by shortchanging these essential diplomatic and development tools when America faces grave threats to its national security and threats to the access to critical resources that support our national defense. America's might and America's influence is not just dependent on our military capability. Our soft power tools, our values, our diplomacy, our foreign assistance, our cultural exchanges can make a vital difference in both how America sees the world and how the world sees America. For example, as chair of the House Agriculture Appropriations Subcommittee in the 116th Congress, I saw firsthand how the United States investments in such foreign assistance programs as Food for Peace and McGovern-Dole on a bipartisan basis helped save lives, opened new and more resilient markets to American farmers, and promoted goodwill towards our country. The deep spending cuts that are being proposed in foreign aid, efforts to combat climate change, global health, and family planning are unwise and are unjust, which is why I regretfully will have to oppose this bill. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Rutherford is recognized.
And I want to rise in support of this bill, and And I particularly want to thank the chairman. I want to thank the staff. I know from our conversations that I've had with the chairman, just the thoroughness that's gone into this. The staff has done an amazing job. Thank you all very much. I can tell you, as I had conversations with the chairman about the things that my constituents back home were concerned about. Why are we helping our foes instead of our friends? Those kinds of conversations. They were very supportive of the answers that I was able to give concerning this bill and their concept that on this foreign aid, we should be putting America first. And so I want to thank the chairman. I think, whether it's the WHO, the WTO, or the UN, I think you've made it very clear that if they, don't tell me you're my friend, show me. And so whether you're friend or foe, we're making it clear. And I can tell you my constituents that I've talked to about this bill want me to support it, and I am. I yield back.
Mr. Collum is recognized.
Chair, today I rise in opposition to the FY24 State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Act. This bill makes devastating cuts to our foreign assistance, and it will undo years of progress in many areas. And I'm just going to talk about one, and it probably won't surprise you. I'm going to talk about the climate crisis. 2 years since taking office, President Biden made America a global leader once again in the fight against climate change by rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement and making investments in restoring, conserving, and protecting our planet. But with the divestments in this bill, the progress is under direct threat. The bill before us eliminates U.S. support for climate adaptation, sustainable landscapes, and clean energy programming. The bill cuts all funding to the Green Climate Fund and the Clean Technology Fund, undermining global efforts to respond to the climate crisis across industries that we all are facing together. But let's just talk about how these cuts to climate assistance will negatively impact our national security. Yes, our national security. We know that climate change manifests itself in many ways. It deepens poverty, worsens food insecurity, hunger, forces higher rates of migration around the world. Fundamentally, climate change creates instability, it creates conflict. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of the Department of Defense, the Center for Excellence in Disaster Management and Humanitarian Assistance. This is a product that our government makes, and I received it when I was on a trip in Hawaii doing oversight and fact-finding. This report spells out in great detail what will happen just in the Indo-Pacific. I'm going to talk about the Indo-Pacific, but it has for other areas around the world, same similar impacts. So let's just see what happens in the next 25 years. By 2015, 1.2 billion people living in India, that's 130 million people in Indonesia, and 129 million people in Bangladesh will be exposed to extreme heat. Now, why should we care about that? Extreme heat is temperatures above 95 degrees for up to 100 days a year. To put that in perspective, these countries currently experience 0, some of them up to 20 days of extreme heat in 2000. But 100 days of extreme heat is coming their way. That's going to make whole areas of these nations become inhabitable. In the next 25 years, sea level rise will impact 73% of the people living in the Marshall Islands, 45% of the people living in Maldives, and 25% of the people in Vietnam. This means they will be leaving their homes, and they will have cities that will be uninhabitable. If you don't think that this will drive conflict and chaos in the Pacific region, you're wrong. You would be disagreeing with the Department of Defense, who's monitoring these issues throughout the world. Foreign assistance programs and national security are inherently interconnected. The 3 Ds, that Ms. Lee talked about, and you hear me often speak about. When we cut diplomacy, when we cut development, it impacts our defense. As former Secretary of Defense Mattis once said, when we cut the State Department funding, the Department of Defense needs to buy more bullets. We cannot afford to turn our back on these countries to help them have a more resilient future. If we turn our backs on them, other countries will move forward. China, as Ms. Lee pointed out, is spreading its diplomatic missions and buying countries off with help of aid as we withdraw. China is making every effort to set up their global engagement, whether it's the Indo-Pacific or even in the Arctic. So make no mistake, if these cuts are enacted, we will see the consequences in the defense bill down the line having to increase. In the past, we've been able to find bipartisan agreement, bolstering our nation's humanitarian and development assistance, and in doing so, saving millions of lives, and at the same time, securing our national security. So I think it's unfortunate that these bills are a departure from this legacy, and I urge my colleagues to work with the chair as we move forward to possibly find a way to restore some of these climate funds, which are important to our national security. With that, I yield back, and I thank the chair.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
It also saddens me to rise today in opposition to this bill, and particularly because I think most members here know that the chairman and I have a deep and long relationship and friendship that really crosses as close to family as you would find. And there are provisions and policies in this bill that I support, particularly foreign aid to Israel, and ensuring that there are policies that are embedded in this legislation that protect both U.S. and Israel's national security interests. Making sure that we can continue to fight for freedom and democracy in Cuba and Venezuela are also important components of this legislation. But our paramount responsibilities are to ensure that the national security of the United States is protected. That we protect our interests abroad and promote our democratic values around the world. That's what this bill should embody, a bipartisan commitment to deliver for our allies and counter our adversaries. Instead, though, this bill packages devastating cuts with petty partisan riders that cause unnecessary harm to our career service members and our diplomats. It also goes out of its way, in some cases, to insult and injure groups around the world who have already been victimized. And since this is functionally a messaging bill for the majority, we have to raise the question, what message does it send to those who oppose American values? I know the chairman's message is that if you are not a friend of the United States, then we are not going to provide resources to you. And in some cases, I would agree with that. And I have supported policies that deny resources to organizations and entities and foreign actors that oppose and are not friends of the United States. But what does a 34% cut to our global presence and a complete abdication of our role as a moral superpower say to them? What message does doing that send to those who oppose American values? It says we'll abandon our allies, our interests, and our democratic agenda, all to appeal to the whims of an extreme fringe. When the United States shrinks from the world stage, as this bill clearly endorses, Russia and China are happily filling the void. And let's understand clearly that the world is more complex and rife with threats than it was in 2018, which is the last time we spent this little on state and foreign operations, in large part due to cutbacks under the previous administration. Russia is committing war crimes in Ukraine. Iran has enriched uranium to near weapons grade levels. And China has stepped up its aggression in the Indo-Pacific while ruthlessly cracking down on dissent at home. In Cuba, a mere 90 miles away from the chairman's and my home state, our adversaries are setting up shop. A new authoritarian axis with demagogues and dictators propping each other up from Latin America to the Middle East is growing in influence. They're baiting us. They're challenging us to step up. But this bill, powered by the far right of the Republican conference, promises to have a step back. They don't like what international organizations are doing. There are some things that I don't like either. But insisting that we reduce our leverage, our influence, and our participation is incredibly short-sighted and frankly dangerous. What they fail to understand is that when we retreat from the world stage, enemies of progress celebrate. And the world's most vulnerable victims of genocide, famine, illness, and oppression are condemned to even deeper suffering. We need to listen to the experts, because when we gut education and healthcare, cast aside economic development and peacekeeping, and neglect multilateral institutions that carry out critical work, we undermine our own security. And there are times when I have supported pulling back from some of these international organizations because there is a bridge too far. But we all know that terrorists and destabilizing actors prey on people who struggle to get by and worry about their children's future. Our foreign aid is a powerful counter to that narrative. We should not be shopping for a bargain basement national security plan. I take enormous pride in the United States and our generosity and the generosity of the American people, and I know the chairman does too. I recognize the threat posed to all of us when authoritarian regimes are emboldened, but this bill emboldens them. And I believe that our values are worth promoting and that theirs are worth combating. And this bill fails to do either. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting opposed in opposition to the legislation, and I yield back.
Mr. Cuellar is next to speak, is recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro, and the chairman, my friend Mayra Diaz-Balart, and of course the ranking woman also. Thank you so much, Ms. Lee, for the work that you have done, including all your staff. Look, we know this is not the final bill. We know there's still more work to be done, and we look forward to get a final bill that we can all support. But there is some things there that I certainly support in the legislation, and I want to talk about three things briefly. First of all, I want to talk about the language that was added to make sure it's instituting long overdue reform to expedite presidential permit processes for cross-border bridges. Whether they're on the northern border or whether on the southern border, we have to expedite the bridges. Bridges are so important to us, and I'll talk about just the southern border itself. If you look at the trade that we have with Mexico, we have $863 million a year with Mexico every single year. That's over a minute, every minute over $1 million of trade. If you take to Laredo, and I know some of y'all, both of you have been to Laredo, and you understand that in Laredo, we get 17,000 trailers a day that cross Laredo. Laredo's number one in trucks, 17,000 trailers. We're also number one in trains in the country also. And this is why this expediting the bridges is so important. And all we're doing is we're asking the president to issue conditional, along with the State Department, conditional permits for projects while the environmental reviews are done. We're not getting rid of the environmental reviews. All we're saying is this allows, while they're doing the environmental permits, that making sure that local planning measures, funding efforts, and other processes go along as the NEPA review is done. All we're trying to do is try to expedite and still balance the work that we have done. And this is important to note because this is going to help our bridges on the south and the northern part of the border. Number two is also the increase of funding that you have added to the International Boundary Water Commission. And I want to say thank you on that because, again, there's a lot of people on the border that depend on the Rio Grande for water. And it is important that the work is done there with the International Boundary Water Commission. Third thing I want to talk about also is American foreign policy. What's the purpose of American foreign policy? There's really 5 things if you look what American foreign policy stands for. 1, national security. 2, the economic prosperity of the U.S. And also, it's making sure that we promote values, American values across the world also. But it also addresses humanitarian concerns and, of course, international cooperation. How we get to American foreign policy can be a little complicated, I understand, but I do want to say thank you for emphasizing, especially the work that we're doing in the Western Hemisphere. Members, if I can show you this again, and I'm going to keep showing this. I know we did that with Mr. Calvert also, but if you look at what China is doing, the dark area is where China's involved. They're involved in Mexico. They're involved in Central America. They're involved, except for two countries, Guatemala and Uruguay, and another third country also. Every other places, China is heavily involved, from space stations to infrastructure to safe cities, what they call, which is a 5G. They are involved, including right across the border. And this is why, while we look across the world, we have to keep in mind what's happening in our own backyard in Central America, South America. And this is why what we're doing on the defense appropriations and what we're doing on this one is very important. And then finally, let me just say, I stand with you as the co-chair, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to Colombia. And by deferring the aid of Colombia, which has totaled over $13 billion, $13 billion since the mid-1990s, it sends a message that we still have some work to do with this new administration. And again, we had a meeting with the president, a meeting with the ambassador. There's some work that we need to do. We want to support Colombia, but we need to address certain things. I've been a supporter of Colombia from the trade agreement that we had with Colombia, and we've been in the jungles, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Rogers, deep in the jungles to fight the drug cartels down there. We want to support Colombia, but there are some issues that need to be addressed, and I'm sure that we will address this as the bill goes on. With that, Madam Chair, I want to thank you so much, and members of the committee, thank you, and I look forward to having a final bill that we can all support. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Pinger is next in line.
Madam Chair. As the ranking member on the Interior and Environment Subcommittee, which we have yet to work through here, I rise to oppose this bill, and in particular, excuse me, the rescission of $11.1 billion from the Environmental Protection Agency's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Not only am I concerned about this rescission as a jurisdictional issue, we do not fund EPA in this bill. I'm mostly concerned about the impact this will have on our efforts to address climate change. There is no doubt that weather events have become stronger and less predictable. We are experiencing longer and more intense heat waves, and hurricanes and floods have become more lethal. Earlier this year in Maine, we experienced what many thought would be a run-of-the-mill spring rainstorm. However, as the storm unfolded, it became much more severe and unpredictable than anyone imagined. With rainfall rates between 1 and 1.5 inches an hour, widespread flash flooding occurred, rivers crested, and the strong gusty winds reaching 65 miles an hour caused excessive power outages, tree damage, and more than $2 million in infrastructure damage. Heavy downpours like this are unfortunately becoming more frequent in Maine. This storm was so severe that it overwhelmed our state's ability to respond, and the governor requested and received a presidential disaster declaration and assistance from the federal government to help communities recover. Across the country, FEMA reports that requests for disaster declarations have increased dramatically over the last decade. These violent storms are not happening at random. We know that the warming Earth is the cause. We also know that the Earth is warming because of an increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is our best attempt to address the climate crisis and improve the resilience of our communities. Rescinding funding for this program is bad policy decision that will directly lead to a loss of life. I know that many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have seen the realities of climate change in their own communities. We are all living through this reality right now. We might not want to call it climate change. You can call it whatever you want, but we need to take action to address this problem, not reverse the progress we've made. I want to end by saying that we all know the rescissions in this bill and in the other appropriations bills are a gimmick. They highlight how impossible these bills are. There is no way to properly fund a functioning government at the levels that the majority proposes. I hope my colleagues will oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Pocan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose this bill for a number of the reasons that were set at the 30,000-foot level. I do think that's a penny-wise and dollar-foolish approach
to spend so much more on defense and spend so little on diplomacy and development, especially in a number of areas that would be far more cost effective and also save us in human terms. Also, this bill is full of all the cultural war stuff. Every bill is probably not worth getting deeply into anymore. However, you keep putting these things in for your far right wing, and they're never going to vote for the bills anyway at the end of the day. So I don't know what it really gets us other than, making anti-woke become just a joke. But nonetheless, that's in there. There are two areas, though, I'd like to focus on that I do have issues that haven't gotten a lot of attention so far. One is on Colombia. And I strongly disagree with the subcommittee chair's position on this. I think Colombia has been one of our best friends in the Americas, the Colombian people. I believe that economically and culturally, we are partners with them. President Petro and his administration has worked with the United States on a number of very important measures. He's continued the work, so we should be continuing the funding. He was elected in a free and fair election, and yet because maybe we don't like some of their friends, we are reacting, and maybe in a knee-jerk way reacting to what we're doing in Colombia. Let's face it, right now what they're doing on migration, in particular with Venezuela, and keeping and housing many people from Venezuela is helping us out tremendously, and sending the wrong signal could also have a counter effect on that. Also, by not providing specifics on funding, you're not funding anything for drug trafficking. So for all the rhetoric that we talk about opioids and fentanyl, you're fine with cocaine coming through the border. It makes no sense whatsoever in what we did. We're basically telling the administration, you can do your job, or the Senate can do your job. The House has decided that we're not going to send a message. And I just think that message could be a very bad message. If your spouse or a good friend has friends you don't like, you don't cut them off from reality. You don't interact with them anymore, and that's exactly what we're doing right now, because we may not like some of the friends of the new administration. As someone who helped form a sister city in Colombia, been down there multiple times, I think this is a real mistake, and I think there's different ways to approach it rather than sending a message that could work counter to us. And as you saw from previous maps and discussions, China's involved in a lot of other areas, and you're almost begging for China to get involved in somewhere where we already have a very good friend and partner, and I wish we wouldn't do that. The second area I just want to mention is the funding for UNRWA. Look, I get that people don't like what's going on in Gaza, and for many good reasons. There's 2.3 million people in an open-air prison. 1.2 million people are getting food assistance daily from UNRWA. The majority of students are getting learning in schools by UNRWA. The majority of hospitals that are providing care are from UNRWA. And when we don't fund them, the alternatives in Gaza are to go to the Hamas government, or worse yet, Islamic Jihad, which is making inroads in Gaza. So when we don't fund an institution that's helping to keep stability, we're actually pushing people in Gaza into the hands of people that are not our allies at all. And in doing so, we're working counterproductively to our stated goals in Israel. And let's face it, Israel is our friend and our partner and our ally. And should something happen because we foolishly decide again to send a message and not provide funding, and other elements rise, well, then we send our troops, which is much more costly in human terms and dollar terms. So I just think, recently we had the head of UNRWA here. We had a great conversation about the textbooks and others, including with people who are very much concerned about some of the activities there. I think this is just very wrong-headed. And again, I think these two examples really are symbolic of what's wrong with this bill, that we don't invest enough in diplomacy and development, as our ranking member has said, but we really are sending the wrong signals and going to backfire in a couple of really important areas, and I yield back.
Ms. Frankel. Ms. Rick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I enjoy serving on this subcommittee with my friend, Mr. Diaz-Balart. And I, too, unfortunately, if the bill stands as it is, unless you accept many friendly amendments, I'm going to have to oppose it. And listen, the world is facing so many challenges: poverty, disease, food crisis, climate change, lack of education, lack of access to education, conflicts. I can go on and on. The inflation all over this world coming out of COVID. We spent a lot of time talking about China here and how they're threatening our place in the world. So what is our response? What is the response of this committee? A drastic cut from state and foreign operations budget that diminishes our country and what we stand for, cedes our leadership in the global community, undermines human rights and access to health care for millions around the world, and it's going to make us less safe and less prosperous. This anemic allocation that defies the budget agreement is unworthy of our consideration. Now, I know some people ask, well, why should we even care? And let me just emphasize, like many of my colleagues have, foreign aid is not a charity. It's an investment in our own security and prosperity. And there's a great example. Just with our friend South Korea, we provided strategic investment in the 1950s. Now they're one of our most important allies, our sixth largest trading partner, and they themselves aid other countries. So I thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the bill recognizes the importance of our partnership with Israel. That's a good thing, but we must not neglect the rest of the world. And so, as I say, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The rest is very ugly, unfortunately, because if we stabilize vulnerable communities, we protect our own security. Does anyone remember 9/11? You remember 9/11? What the conditions were like in Afghanistan that led to a horrific attack on our country. Strategic aid promotes other countries and people in other countries bolstering their self-reliance. It opens markets. It opens trade opportunities. And when there's conflict in other countries, when people are desperate, when they're poor, when they're hungry, it also causes people having to leave their country. The flooding of immigration to countries where they're unprepared adds more chaos to the world. For some, you say, well, extreme poverty in other parts of the world doesn't matter because we have poverty here in the United States. But just remember that extreme poverty in other parts of the world can create areas of vulnerability to give terrorists potential ways to disrupt our national security. What happens when homeless young men see that the best job they can be is to become a killer? We've seen that. Let me also add to this that, and I think my colleague Representative McCullen mentioned this. When we don't invest in diplomacy, when we don't invest in development, that means more efforts and more money is spent by our military. Is it education or war? Food or war? Healthcare or war? Keep in mind that the greatest challenges of the United States are multidimensional, can only be solved with our multiple of partners around the world. And this bill, Republicans rip away decades of relationships, of building international programs. It reneges on promises to partners and allies around the world. And we cannot do this. We cannot do it alone. We cannot solve problems that we face all by ourselves. So the underfunding, the discontinue of the funding of the UN regular funding, the threats to the other funding, the slashing of the environmental monies doesn't make any sense. Did anyone watch the news last week? Did you watch the news? Did you turn on to see what's happening in this country? Floods. You're either flooding in New York last week or you're burning from the heat in the Midwest. And it's not just here. Australia experienced its worst drought ever, the worst bushfire season. East Africa through historic droughts. The global climate crisis is everywhere, and we can't solve it all by ourselves. And let me just conclude by saying this.
The lady's time has expired.
Really? It says 1 minute and 20 seconds. Oh, so sorry. All right. You know what? I'll talk about the rest later because what you're doing to the women of the world is shameful. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mrs. Watson Coleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you to the ranking member. Thank you to all staff engaged in this. I rise, Madam Chair, in opposition to this bill, which fails to adequately address the mounting crisis outside our borders, including the climate crisis, rising food insecurity, forced migration, and faltering democratic norms and values. This bill cuts funding to our humanitarian assistance programs, maternal and reproductive health programs, zeroes out funding for the United Nations Population Fund, and restricts our response to climate change. This bill also makes clear that Republicans would like to export their extreme views on abortion restrictions to every foreign organization that receives U.S. foreign assistance with the reinstatement of the global gag rule. Last June, the GAO released a report highlighting the negative impacts the global gag rule had on health programming when the rule was in effect under the Trump administration. The report found impacts that included disrupted and reduced services and gaps in program delivery for millions of women. The global gag rule's adverse impacts make clear it should not be included in this bill. My colleagues across the room also severely cut funding to maternal and reproductive health programs, putting millions of girls and women from low and middle income countries at risk for unplanned pregnancies and reduce access to life-saving services. Based on data from fiscal year 2022, 27 million women received contraceptives from U.S.-supported programs. If these Republican cuts were to go into effect, hundreds of thousands fewer women and girls would receive reproductive health care, more unintended pregnancies would occur, and preventable maternal deaths would increase. When my colleagues cut program funding, real people are harmed. Consider the consequential impacts of zeroing out funding for the United Nations Population Fund. This UN agency provides essential programming for women and girls, including HIV prevention, combating gender-based violence, and midwifery training. Its work is indispensable to countless communities around the world, and the disregard that some of my colleagues seem to have for it is unconscionable. My colleagues on the other side of the room fail to appreciate the vital role of international cooperation in addressing the mounting challenges brought on by climate change. This bill prohibits funding for the Green Climate Fund, which supports developing countries' response to the climate change, eliminates funding for the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and curtails funding for renewable energy projects. These cuts indicate to our partners and our allies that the U.S. cannot lead on the biggest issue of our time, and that unserious legislators do not fully appreciate the rising threats that we all face from climate crisis. While other countries look to the United States for leadership, House Republicans skirt their responsibilities and leave the rest of us to fix their mistakes. I cannot support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you. I yield back.
Mrs. Torres is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill before us today presents an opportunity for us to advance our national security and promote peace and democracy around the world. It is unfortunate that, as it currently stands, the bill misses this opportunity. I am particularly troubled by proposed cuts to the smart investment abroad that ultimately make the world a more peaceful and prosperous place. These necessary investments in agencies like USAID make our nation safer. A few years ago, I visited the Valle del Cauca, that is in Trujillo, Colombia, in response to a deadly flooding. The first thing that I noticed, apart from the devastation of the flood, was that mostly women and children remain in the village. The men had left to find work elsewhere to support their families. That left the women in charge of rebuilding their own community. However, these women were not alone. USAID stood with them side by side, providing technical assistance and providing the lumber that they needed in order to rebuild their own homes. The women and children were being assisted by USAID. By the way, there were no roads to get to this place. The only way for our delegation to visit that town was through a helicopter. In other parts of South America, U.S. agencies like USAID are helping farmers transition away from the coca plant, the primary ingredient in cocaine, to less harmful crops. We need to support, not slash funding for the work that saves lives throughout the world. I also have concerns about provisions in this bill regarding Central America, Northern Triangle region. As the only Guatemalan-born member of Congress, I have always fought for efforts to address the root cause of migration that causes so many problems for us in our southern border. I have been working to help combat corruption and uphold the rule of law in the region. Some of my colleagues, or one of my colleagues, mentioned that Taiwan, Guatemala is the only country that continues to support Taiwan. That is not support, my friend. That is a transaction, a monetary transaction in the amount of over $900,000 US dollars to pay for a lobbying firm to lobby against our efforts, primarily my efforts, to root out corruption in Guatemala. So that support is not for free. Any assistance that we send to the Northern Triangle countries demands thorough oversight to ensure that hardworking taxpayers' dollars are not being wasted on a fraudulent government that serves to enrich themselves and block our U.S. aid to the people that we intend to support. I very much appreciate Chairman Diaz-Balart and your staff. I appreciate the phone call that we had over the break. Very much appreciate you taking the time to hear my concerns. And I very much appreciate your commitment to continue the oversight that is needed in order to have transparency on how US dollars are being spent in the Northern Triangle region of Central America. As we have seen during the Guatemalan elections in the last few weeks, certain bad actors in Central American governments have subverted the will of the people by even continuing to block formidable candidates that could bring about the democracy and rule of law that these folks desperately are seeking. It remains crucial.
Ladies, time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Case is recognized. Mr. Case.
Thank you. I rise to express my deep disappointment that an often promising and even optimistic bill has this year succumbed to fatal flaws, driven by partisan posturing and representing outdated and even dangerous positions undermining our indispensable, unavoidable world leadership role. The increases in funding and engagement in the Indo-Pacific generally and the Pacific Islands specifically deserve our support, but they are countered by deliberate underfunding of foreign assistance overall and the outright elimination of support for institutions that underpin the international rules-based order. Most egregiously, this unfortunate proposal slashes funding for development assistance, international disaster assistance, economic support to other nations, and for contributions to linchpin international organizations like the United Nations. The bill offers up an 82% cut. Really? Does anyone seriously think that our country has been the leader of our world for 3+ generations on the base of military might alone? Does anyone seriously think that we will meet the geopolitical challenge of China, of poverty, hunger, environmental change, and more without a strong non-military presence? Does anyone seriously doubt that our competitors would love to engage us in a foreign policy competition that is purely selfish, transactional, and valueless? And yet to read this bill, and make no mistake, the world is reading this bill and listening, one would have to conclude that we are undertaking a sea change back to an isolationist, yes, isolationist, Darwinian, stark view of this world. And let's just take two bedrock institutions that we have supported through good times and bad. The United Nations, whose regular budget we would not fund at all under this proposal, and the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which would receive a crippling cut. Now, I understand deep concerns of the United Nations. I understand a need to improve oversight and results of U.S. assistance programs, but defunding the United Nations and gutting these international programs is not a reasoned, responsible policy. It is not about the budget. It is anger and spite, representing an astonishingly obtuse and outright dangerous perspective. You may feel better, but you have not contributed to a solution. The UN is not just about votes in General Assembly. It is also about 28 separate lines of international effort, which, in conjunction with our own bilateral assistance through USAID and other donor country efforts, are tackling our world's toughest challenges. I recently joined colleagues in Tanzania to understand and observe firsthand this work of the United Nations. Tanzania is an incredible country, a democracy of great need and great opportunity. Not coincidentally, it lies in the crosshairs of the geopolitical challenge of our times, China. Tanzania's future and that of much of Africa turns on whether we meet those needs, advance those opportunities, and counter those challenges with an all-government, all-world approach. The front lines of these concerns are there in communities like rural Iringa, where we joined a UN quarterly district health assessment gathered where UN representatives worked alongside USAID, Tanzanian community leaders, health workers, and government personnel to address real-world challenges on health, nutrition, education, and economic advancement. Defunding these real-world efforts, as this proposal would do, undermines our progress, our reputation, our moral authority. It is not just an abdication of our duty as international leaders, it also subverts our own strategic interests and widens the path for others. Our enemies are more than happy to fill the void. We cannot forget that our own security depends not just on military might, but on the strength of our partnerships and the stability and prosperity of our international community. This particular proposal, on balance, is an unfortunate boon to those who would seek to undermine the United States' position in the world. I sincerely hope it proves to be just a blowing off steam exercise rather than any attempt at reasonable policy. I yield back.
Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Lee as well. You know, I'm proud to be an appropriator. I like the statement. I like the belief that we have Democrats, Republicans, and appropriators. And I'm very sad today to speak in opposition of this bill. I would think that state and foreign ops would be a unifying issue. Of course, there's some issues within that are very divisive, but in general, when we look at the three stools of our national security, and really this to me is kicking out two of them by severely underfunding our State Department and Foreign Ops and USAID. So I'm going to speak in opposition to this bill, which drags the U.S. back from the world stage while compounding risks for families at home and abroad. The U.S. has long been a global leader, and we've used our clout to defend democracy, uphold human rights, and stand up for the interest of freedom-loving people everywhere, from Ukraine to my hometown in Southern Nevada. However, instead of building on this leadership, this bill will have us turn our back on global engagement to the tune of 15% for global programs and activities. These cuts translate to seriously underfunding international financial institutions, global health organizations, the United Nations, all of which have served the United States for decades in upholding a stable, secure global order. That would mean an underfunded and understaffed State Department and USAID, two key agencies that have been instrumental in building U.S. relationships and influence abroad. They would mean drastic cuts to humanitarian assistance, peacekeeping efforts, and global health programming. And I don't know why we continue to attack women's health here in our country and globally, but this bill takes a good whack at it to the tune of $114 million. This bill completely undercuts the 3 Ds, as I mentioned before: diplomacy, defense, and development. That has been at the core of U.S. foreign policy. During such a complex and fragile moment globally, this bill will undermine our nation's diplomatic and development operations, defunding two key legs of the stool that our national security depends on. And while foreign competitors are expanding their influence across the Pacific Islands, Africa, closer home in Central and South America, and a direct challenge to U.S. and Western influence, the cuts proposed by the majority would leave the U.S. foreign policy hobbled, uneven, and literally a one-legged stool. These cuts send a clear message that we don't value programs like the State Partnership Program. Now, this is a key strategic partnership between the State Department and the Department of Defense. The Nevada National Guard actually is in the Indo-Pacific Command region, which we know is so critical to our national defense. In Tonga and Fiji, America, Samoa, building critical person-to-person relationships. Those relationships are so incredibly important in times of conflict. This bill will also amount to a significant step backwards to our nation's strength, falling well short of meeting many of the mounting challenges abroad. And closer to home, this bill hits our districts where it hurts. As I know has been the case in many of your districts, passport processing time continues to be unreasonably long. I have a caseworker who focuses specifically on this, having received 172 queries since January of this year. That's 25 a month. One of my constituents reported waiting 13 weeks to have their passport process despite paying and exercising expedited processing. I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are facing these same delays. We've discussed it. So I don't see why don't I see just basic funding we need for the State Department to solve this passport backlog? I know I personally won't be able to look my constituents or my caseworker in the eye if I voted for these cuts. Finally, I represent a large Armenian American community in Southern Nevada, yet I don't see any foreign assistance specified to support the Armenian victims of the Artsakh conflict. Instead, what I do see is a restatement of the global gag rule, and other serious threats to women's health globally, and the promotion of misinformation and fringe theories. If Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the months since have taught us anything, it's that the greatest challenges facing the U.S. are multidimensional and require multilateral solutions. We already know that we are best equipped to tackle these challenges when we are at the helm of global coalitions, not on the outside, where this bill squarely puts us. So with regret, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I hope that we can work together in conference to come up with a bill that we can support in a bipartisan manner. Thank you.
Harris is recognized. Sorry.
Green light goes on. There it goes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the subcommittee chair. Look, America does lead the world. Go to the OECD website and look at the G20 nations and see who the leaders in the world are in public debt per GDP. Well, there's Japan. We know Japan is, at 256%. There's Italy, which, of course, 10 years ago, we were all laughing at Italy. How could they have squandered their way into a debt-to-GDP ratio over 100%? They're now at 173. And number 3 is the good old US of A at 144% of GDP. That's our public debt. So I'm going to congratulate the subcommittee chair, because when I go into my district, I don't have a lot of people coming to me and saying, you know what, let's increase that foreign aid. I don't pay enough taxes. Our debt isn't high enough. Let's go ahead and increase foreign aid. And especially, let's send money to enemies of the United States. The issue of passports came up, and I'll tell you, I've been here, it's my 7th term. It hasn't been until the last 2 years that passport issues were a problem. So we should reward the agency that is not doing their job by giving them more money. That's not the way it ever works. One has to ask, why aren't they back in their offices? Why aren't they back at their jobs? Why aren't they doing their jobs? The time has to be over to reward an inefficient federal bureaucracy with more money. And I'll tell you why the time is over. Because we're at 144% of GDP. We're at a point where 10 years ago, when Italy crossed 100% and Greece crossed 100%, we thought that was outrageous. So what does it do? It threatens us being the reserve currency in the world. At some point, somebody stops lending you money because your debt is too high. It happens in your household. Your debt gets too high. You can't take out a mortgage anymore. No bank will lend you money. So we have to look in our budget, and we have to say, where can we make cuts? And when we look at, again, I want to thank the subcommittee chair, why are we rewarding enemies of the United States? Why are we rewarding countries that cozy up to enemies of the United States? That's not good policy anywhere. It's especially bad policy when your debt is so high. If we had the luxury of having enough money, we could buy food for the whole world. We could do everything we could provide health care for the whole world. But you know what? That isn't the situation. We don't have enough money. Our debt is high. I don't meet a whole lot of taxpayers who say, please tax me more. I don't think my federal income tax is high enough. Please tax me more. So the solution is, you got to tighten our belts. This bill does exactly that. Again, Madam Chair, Thank you for bringing this bill in front of the committee. Mr. Subcommittee Chair, thank you for the hard work. So, look, it's always hard work to make cuts. But in this day and age, that's exactly what has to happen in the United States. And shame on us if we don't come here and do our job, which is not only just to spend money, but to spend it wisely and where it's needed. I yield back.
Seeing no other members wishing to make remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Diaz-Balart to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment on the desk, and I would ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed, and Chairman Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment contains non-controversial bill and report language agreed by both sides of the aisle. I want to note that with the consent of the Foreign Affairs Committee, this amendment contains a one-year extension of PEPFAR. You've heard it before, and you're going to probably hear it again, that the ranking member of the subcommittee and I don't agree on a lot. But there's an old expression, Spanish expression, lo cortés no quita lo valiente. So it must be said, and I've said it privately, but I want to say it publicly. The ranking member has been fighting to try to eliminate that scourge of HIV and AIDS, and you have been a great leader there, and I want to thank you publicly for your efforts in that field. I also want to thank another member of the subcommittee, Mrs. Torres, for her work in Central America. And her and I have had multiple conversations. I'm glad that we were able to come to an agreement on oversight language included in this amendment. There are so many members on my side of the aisle also who have great contributions to this, again, non-controversial amendment. Before I yield back, Madam Chairwoman, there are some munchies on the tables. Those come from the district that I represent, actually from the city of Hialeah. We also distributed some Cuban coffee, and that's to see if we can get this thing going faster, because that's something that Chris Stewart is always pushing for. So with no further ado, I would yield back, Madam Chair.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to mention one thing with regard to this amendment and recognize the fact that PEPFAR has continued to be a bipartisan effort, and this manager's amendment addresses that. So I appreciate the ability to address a few issues in those, which also arose after subcommittee consideration of this bill, and want to say that we have no objections to this, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back. I support the amendment.
I recognize Chairman Diaz-Balart for 1 minute.
Madam Chairwoman, I think we know what this does, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any other amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
This is Lee Amendment number 1, I'm sorry.
An amendment by Ms. Lee in the bill.
I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would strike the ban on funding for the United Nations Population Fund. It would bring bilateral family planning back to the enacted level and remove the codification of the global gag rule. My amendment does not change any of the current provisions in law that restrict the use of family planning funds. It would simply ensure that countries are setting their own health policies, not the United States. International family planning programs save lives and extend necessary health care to communities worldwide. I urge my colleagues to reject the proposed damaging funding cuts to international family planning programs and stand up for the health rights of those around the world who count on them. Supporting family planning and reproductive health services is a critical investment in health, lives, and futures of women, young people, and families around the world. For this reason, the United States has long been a global leader in resource and family planning services. USAID has funded global family planning and reproductive health programs for over 50 years, historically with bipartisan support. And I have visited many villages throughout the world with Republicans and have heard and witnessed and discussed with family members, with women, their husbands, their family members, the critical support that's needed for family planning. When I'm out with Republicans on our congressional delegations, everybody seems to agree. Yet we come back and then continue to do this. We can't achieve U.S. global health targets, address unacceptable, high global maternity mortality rates, support healthy families, and promote gender equity if people can't access family planning counseling and the full range of contraceptive services and supplies that they want and that they need. Continued U.S. investment in family planning are critical to addressing the growing, unacceptably high global rates of maternal mortality. The amendment also strikes the inclusion of the global gag rule. The global gag rule inhibits freedom of speech, something this bill purports to care about. It would prohibit foreign organizations from receiving any United States global health assistance if they provide information, referrals, or services that are legal in their country, mind you, their country, even if those activities are supported solely with non-U.S. funds, non-U.S. funds. It's wrong for the United States to force a healthcare provider in another country to choose between limiting the information they can give to patients with their funds and critical funding, to keep critical funding, which they desperately need. This policy imposes the partisan views of politicians in the United States on people around the world, blocking access to health care and stifling advocates from participating in public debates in their own countries, In addition, this bill bars all U.S. funding from United Nations Population Fund. It includes critical life-saving investments that work to end unmet need for contraception, mind you, that's contraception, that's birth control, end preventable maternal deaths, and end gender-based violence and harmful practices such as female genital mutilation and child marriage. The United States contribution to UNFPA complements and extends the reach of the United States foreign assistance. UNFPA works in more than 150 countries worldwide, including many where USAID does not operate and is often one of the very first on-site humanitarian emergency agencies. Today, global challenges, as you know, are enormous. The United States must not cut itself off from its most effective partners. So I ask my colleagues to join me in opposing this disastrous policy and to support my amendment. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. First, this amendment would strike the funding cap for family planning and reproductive health programs and replace it with a floor that is $114 million higher. But I want to make something very, very clear right now. The criticism from our colleagues, the Democratic colleagues, that this bill hurts women, children, and global health progress is absolutely misplaced and just false. This bill fully funds, at the fiscal year 23 enacted levels, HIV and AIDS, and maternal and child health programs. Fully funds. It actually increases funding for malaria, nutrition, and orphans and vulnerable children and the Vulnerable Children Directive. But let's be clear, this administration has demonstrated a really concerning willingness to, shall I say, push the envelope with regards to abiding by statutory restrictions on funding for partners and activities related to abortion internationally. A ceiling on family planning and reproductive health, a ceiling on that funding, frankly, will allow for strong oversight of such funds to ensure to fund other funding priorities. Second point I want to make. The amendment restores funding for the UN Population Fund. The UN Population Fund. This organization is at best an unaccountable bureaucracy that has a track record of funding controversial programs, notably, by the way, this is a theme, notably in communist China, and that do not align with core American values and which frankly actively undermines U.S. interest. Now, as I already stated, this bill maintains critical bilateral global health funding and statements, and any statements, I would say, that suggest otherwise are just not accurate. Finally, this amendment strikes language that would ensure that no taxpayer funds are provided to any foreign non-government organizations implementing global health assistance that promotes or performs abortions. The Biden administration, as I alluded, the Biden administration has demonstrated over and over its amazing propensity to find and fund organizations abroad with radical, extreme, and pro-abortion agendas. And frankly, we just can't allow that to continue to go unchecked. This bill adds the necessary constraints to rein in the Biden administration's controversial or radical agenda. So I would strongly urge our colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Ranking Member Lee's amendment that would ensure that the United States, in fact, does continue to lead on family planning efforts around the globe. Nearly 300,000 women die every year because they cannot access pregnancy-related care. Maybe we don't really care about 300,000 women dying because they're in another country we don't much care about. I said, do we not care? It is on. It is on. Is it 300,000 women die every single year? And apparently, so what? So what? By blocking all funds to UNFPA, the bill would lead to women and couples in more than 150 countries losing access to contraceptive services and supply contraceptive services. That means more unintended pregnancies, which will lead to more abortions, most of which would be unsafe, and more preventable maternal deaths. And contrary to the claims of its critics, the UNFPA does not fund and has never funded abortion services, abortion-related equipment, or supplies. Yes, let's deal with facts. UNFPA is often the first responder for women around the globe and plays a critical role in ending gender-based violence, including in Ukraine. The amendment also strikes the addition of the global gag rule, which violates free speech and the trusted personal relationship between patients and their doctors. I suppose that's what we would do nationally in the US, and so that internationally it becomes easy to do to destroy the patient-physician relationship. Forcing healthcare providers in other countries to withhold critical information about legal health services will only increase the number of unintended and high-risk pregnancies, unsafe abortions, and preventable maternal deaths, and harm our decades-long fight to combat HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Imagine if another country imposed this restriction on the United States. There would be hell to pay. This bill abdicates the U.S.'s leadership in supporting the health and the well-being of women and girls and their families around the world. If you care about women's health, you will support this amendment. Yield back.
Mrs. Frankel, I did it before, is recognized.
Who said that? My. Here we go again. And I rise in support of Representative Lee's amendment, which would strike harmful abortion restrictions and other restrictions that would hurt the women of this world. With funding cuts and bad policy, the bill attacks the health and freedom of the women of the world. So first, let's look at the lack of common sense. This proposed legislation, the Republicans oppose abortion, but then make it harder for women to protect themselves from getting pregnant. The bill dramatically cuts millions of dollars from bilateral family planning and reproductive health programs and completely eliminates funding for the UNFPA, which provides health education and access to modern contraception to millions of women around the world. That makes absolutely no sense. As was mentioned, UNFPA provides critical health care services for girls and women in over 150 countries. It's prevented hundreds of thousands of maternal deaths and supported the delivery of millions of babies. And in Ukraine alone, has supported over 1/3 of the childbirths. All right. So that makes no sense. The bill also prevents poor women from accessing abortion and forces healthcare providers. This is another thing. This doesn't make any sense. It forces healthcare providers to have to choose between whether to provide their patients with truthful information about healthcare choices or secure funding that they rely on to keep their doors open. This is something I think we can all agree on. Women and girls around the world deserve an opportunity to live healthy and successful lives. Consider the pregnant woman in Cambodia just diagnosed with cancer who can't carry her baby while undergoing treatment, or the pregnant Ukrainian refugee who already has 4 children and is not prepared to grow her family as she's fleeing a war-torn country, or the young woman in Ghana who's not ready to start a family and needs access to birth control. Women and girls around the world in too many places are facing daunting challenges every day, little or no access to education, to economic opportunities, and surviving horrible acts of violence. And here's the thing. Women deserve to make their own personal decision about whether or when to start or grow a family. They deserve the opportunity to pursue their hopes and dreams on their own terms in their own time. And that means having access to quality, comprehensive reproductive care, health care, including contraception and abortion. And this bill, I'm sorry to say, it's backwards, it's cruel, it harms some of the most at-risk women in the world, but my amendment makes it better, makes this bill better. Not my amendment, her amendment, Representative Lee's amendment. And just remember this, when women succeed, the world succeeds. And I yield back.
Ms. McCollum is recognized.
We can, sometimes when we talk, a lot of things get moved in together, and I'm going to break this apart. So USAID funds reproductive health, which includes birth control. I've had the honor and privilege of traveling with both administrations and with Republican chairs and Democratic chairs. And two events that I'll never forget is the birth of two children, one in Tanzania and one in Peru. And the father wasn't able to be in the delivery room in Tanzania, but I did speak to him afterwards. So excited. It was their 5th child. And he said the farm and the hopes and the dreams that they had and school fees, that this was going to be their last child. And he was so fortunate that the Tanzanian government, working with USAID, were going to make them be able to enjoy the family that they had. The other was a woman in Peru, and her husband was in the delivery room. USAID had worked with the local university outside of Cusco to have culturally appropriate delivery, which for the first time included the dads. Very excited. And I spoke to the couple later, and I said, "Are you planning on having more children?" And they said, "Yes, but we're going to take our time and make sure that this baby has everything it needs to thrive. It's our first child. School fees, food. We want to plan and space our family." USAID did that. That aid is being cut. And the last vignette I'll share is, I've been in a lot of refugee camps. I've met with a lot of women who have fled torture, a lot of women who have taken their children, whether it's be in Darfur when Miss Lee and I were there, or when I was in the Congo DRC. And I was with Congressman Coble there. And it still haunts me, the stories. Jim had to excuse himself, and I stayed, and I understand why he did, because women were uncomfortable speaking about it. Rape is used as a tool of war. Rape is used as a tool of war. And if you're not on contraception and you find yourself now pregnant, you can find yourself ostracized from your family. You can find, you will have a child that will be totally rejected, and there's no going home. And maybe you have other children. So for me, the gag rule for those women who have found themselves used as a brutal tool of war, not to be able to have even a conversation or be located, USAID to be located nearby or in the same building or have the same interpreter, is just a step too far. So we are cutting, I want to be real clear, we are cutting bilateral contraception, and we are denying women who I've met with who have been victims of rape used as a tool of war for our government to even have any kind of tangential response or even to refer somebody there to get help. It's just a step too far. So I appreciate the malaria. I appreciate the HIV. I appreciate so many other things in this bill, but that's just a step too far. Family planning and rape being used as a tool of war, not helping those women at that moment in their crisis. I yield back.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
I want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee for including section 7057. 7057 is a pretty simple section. First one says you're not going to send money to the UNFPA. Many years the determination has been made by the State Department that UNFPA actually, although they didn't directly fund the coercive abortion policy in China, they funded the organization in China that conducted the coercive policy. And let's review what that policy did. From 1980 to 2016, China, of course, had a one-child policy. You were severely punished with fees and fines if you had a second child. So a lot of women had an abortion. Then in 2016, they realized that probably wasn't a good idea because actually children are not a bad thing. I think they're not a bad thing, but I guess in China they thought they were a bad thing, so they changed it to a two-child policy. And that wasn't enough either, so 2 years ago they changed it to a three-child policy. So the UNFPA was participating for 36 years, with a policy in China that was subsequently found to be a bad policy because they, in fact, were funding an organization that had one child. So, look, the UNFPA has no credibility in my mind, and there are other countries. I remind you, we're at 144% of our debt to GDP ratio. There are other countries, G20 countries, who can fund the UNFPA. We don't have to be the one to do it. There are other countries in the world that can do it. And my taxpayers, there's only one thing they like less than public funding of abortion. That's public funding of abortions in foreign countries, which brings me up to the second part of Section 757. That's all it does. 757, second portion just says you can't send money to an institution that promotes or performs abortions. And it even has hide exceptions. It even says unless it's rape or incest. So this idea that somehow you get raped in a war and this 757 restriction applies, it's just not true. I urge you to turn page 256 and read it with your own eyes. There's an absolute exception to the policy. So again, I thank the chair for doing this because we have to pick and choose where we're going to spend our money because there are other nations in the world who can do some of the things that we're doing. And I suggest that funding the UNFPA and funding organizations that promote or perform abortions overseas should be left to other countries in the world. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Ranking Member Lee's amendment, and I thank her by taking action to strike the harmful global gag rule, which is harmful on every level. The global gag rule puts longstanding partner organizations implementing U.S. aid programs and their subrecipients in a bind and wreaks havoc on their operations. These organizations can choose to sign on to the gag rule, or they can refuse and forego U.S. funding, which is often a significant portion of their budget, leaving vulnerable communities at risk. The global gag rule is dangerous foreign policy. By reinstating the global gag rule, the U.S. will have abdicated its role as a leader on reproductive rights and global health programs more broadly. Other countries cannot match the financial and technical contributions of the United States. And with nearly 220 million women who want to avoid pregnancy not using a modern method of contraception, it would not be enough to merely maintain the status quo in terms of funding for reproductive health, even if that were possible. We need to make serious investments in women and their well-being. Under the last administration, the global gag rule blocked healthcare access, stifled local advocacy efforts, and undermined reproductive rights worldwide. The bill's proposed capping of U.S. family planning and reproductive health funding would also mean an estimated 8.2 million women and couples would lose access to contraceptive services, resulting in 2.7 million more unintended pregnancies, 894,000 more unsafe abortions, leading to an additional 4,700 maternal deaths. Ranking Member Lee's amendment recognizes these immense challenges by not only increasing the amount of our contributions for family planning and reproductive health, but also for UNFPA. UNFPA seeks a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every birth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. Continued support for UNFPA is critical for programs that save and improve the lives of millions of people worldwide. As UNFPA, let me just briefly address the elephant in the room, the removal of the word gender from the entirety of the State and Foreign Operations Bill. Gender-based violence does not just impact women and girls, it impacts everyone, no matter their identity. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Adderholt is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in opposition to the amendment, and because it would implement a floor for family planning and reproductive health funding. It would also remove the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, and also this amendment would fund the UNFPA. The UNFPA was complicit in the Chinese Communist Party's birth limitation policy for 3 decades. And this policy included coerced abortions and involuntary sterilization, as already been mentioned by Dr. Harris. My colleagues may argue that UNFPA does not fund abortions and that this funding will not go to programs in China. However, it simply is a matter of keeping books separate, and that's no different than human rights abuses. UNFPA has a history of being complicit in human rights abuses, and they have made clear that abortion is central to its mission. This amendment seeks to reward an inherently flawed organization and to enhance an agenda that endangers the most vulnerable among us. I want to thank the chairman of this subcommittee, Chairman Diaz-Balart, for including this year's provision to ensure the UNFPA does not receive taxpayer dollars as long as it continues to support and participates in the Chinese Population Control Program. And I urge a no, and I yield back.
Mrs. Lee is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, let me just say, this amendment does not change any restrictions on abortion, although I wish it would. It continues current law and restrictions. I urge colleagues to stand up for people around the world who are counting on them to support these essential programs, and I thank members who have spoken for their support. And I ask for an aye vote. Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote requested.
Ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the vote yes on your hand. Sufficient number is in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Aye. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Stewart is not recorded. Mr. Stewart, no.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I handed her the wrong paper.
Hold on.
That one. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is not recorded. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Does any other member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Sorry,
Madam Chairwoman?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment on the desk. I would ask unanimous consent that we dispense the reading of the said amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This en bloc amendment includes several common sense changes that prioritize Americans and reinforce the goals and the priorities of this bill, of this mark. We heard a lot about passports, and the bill deals with passports in a very aggressive way, but those times, as we've heard, have really yet to return to pre-pandemic levels, and so we still have a problem. So this amendment provides an increase of $25 million to the Consular and Border Security Program account, which goes way above and beyond the President's request. But by the way, we do this responsibly, and this also includes an offset. Furthering the theme, Madam Chairwoman, of prioritizing the American people, this amendment also ensures that the Biden administration cannot enter into any international agreements with the World Health Assembly or any other United Nations body without the advice and consent of the Senate. That should not be very controversial. And I've said it before, and I will say it once again. Look, I am absolutely stunned that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wouldn't support such common sense provisions, especially ones that support and protect our fellow Americans. Finally, Madam Chairwoman, this amendment continues a theme of ending partisan agendas and policies that erode the American people's support for any foreign assistance. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to fly or display flags that are not supported on a bipartisan basis by the American people. Again, pretty much a common sense issue. This amendment also adds language to the report that reaffirms the position of the committee that diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are, frankly, let's be clear, nothing more than forcing politically motivated narratives and doctrines into our federal government and also onto our foreign aid recipients. You know, using foreign aid assistance fund for these controversial purposes are not supported by the American people, and they further undermine our national security interests. So, Madam Chairwoman, I've described the amendment, and I would urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the chairman's rather hateful and distracting amendment. It seems to me that my friends on the other side of the aisle have cobbled together a list of their best bad ideas to make an amendment that distracts from their already disastrous bill. I'm not going to fall into the trap to debate such divisive policies. Let us not be distracted from the harm caused by the funding cuts in this bill. Instead, let me use this time to remind you all and the American people what House Republicans have put forward today. The bill before us cedes America's position as a leader of the global community to our adversaries, China, Russia, Iran. It fails to protect Americans, and it weakens our national security. This bill is an abdication of the United States' historic position on the world stage, including as a leader in human rights. So let that be the story. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to strongly oppose this amendment and these additional extreme provisions. The world is facing serious challenges, but instead of discussing them, we're talking about flags and conspiracy theories. By injecting domestic politics into our foreign policy, we are making our country less secure and making it harder for us to work with partners around the world on shared problems. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Mr. Diaz-Balart is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chairwoman, I said I was going to try to be as quick as Mr. Stewart, so I will yield back the rest of my time and just ask for a favorable vote.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Diaz-Balart. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, yes. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, yes. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Yes. Mr. Diaz-Balart, yes. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, yes. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, yes. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, yes. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, yes. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Ms. Granger? Yes. Ms. Granger, yes. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, yes. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, yes. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, yes. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, yes. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? No. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, yes. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Ms. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the noes are 27. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask anonymous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Madam Chair, I rise today to offer an amendment to strike the insidious and unnecessary culture war provisions in this bill. Now, our appropriations bills are supposed to allocate our citizens' tax dollars, represent our values, and reflect our nation's priorities. And the funding and policies of the state, foreign operations, and related programs should promote our security and our prosperity. It is our opportunity to put our best foot forward when we step into the world in order to keep us safe and prosperous. And we should be proud that America has long been the leader of the free world, the champion of human rights. Yet this bill eliminates all protections of human rights and capitulates to the extreme right wing of the Republican Party. What's going on in the rest of the world is an appalling degradation of human rights. In Uganda, they've criminalized same-sex relationships and imprisonment anyone advocating for the rights of the LGBTQ people. In China, they forced the contraception, the sterilization, and abortion on the Uyghurs. And Iran kills peaceful protesters in North Korea, suppressing free speech. So what do we have here? We're prohibiting things that we're not even doing. We're prohibiting drag shows. Well, I have a better idea. Why don't we just prohibit our diplomats from running naked in the rain? I think that's a good idea too. Look, this bill is full to the brim with extreme right-wing talking points that undermines our role as a defender of human rights. It has policies that bully the LGBTQ population, disrespects diversity, promotes disinformation, and prohibits humanizing healthcare. And it just gives our friends and allies and enemies around the world the encouragement to misbehave. My amendment at least makes this terrible, ugly bill less embarrassing. I urge its support, that is, of my amendment, and I yield back.
Yes, Ballard is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I have a confession to make here, just among ourselves, as long as we don't tell anybody. I never would have thought that we would have this discussion or that we would have to do this in the state, what we've done in the state foreign operations bill. We hear so much about a cultural war. It's not coming from the right. But it's shocking by the State Department's lack of judgment and their reckless decision-making. So let's be clear. That is why we have been forced to include these provisions in the bill. We just heard, and again, from one of my dear personal friends, that this doesn't happen. This amendment strikes a prohibition on using funds for drag shows. And you just heard right now, it doesn't happen. Really? It happened in Ecuador. It did happen in Ecuador using taxpayers' dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, to fund drag shows abroad. And the reason we're told we shouldn't prohibit it is because it's not happening. It is happening, unfortunately. And it's frankly insane that it's happening. Now, when the Secretary of State was asked about this at our hearing, you're going to love this. He talked about the movie Tootsie to justify it. We're not talking about the movie Tootsie. That's not what was done in Ecuador. It's not the movie Tootsie. So again, this denial that it's happening, and yet when you show examples that it's happening, somehow we're supposed to believe what we hear and not what our eyes actually see. But furthermore, a few months ago, I asked state and USID for confirmation that foreign assistance dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, were not being used to fund what they refer to as, quote unquote, gender-affirming care. And they actually said that they were not aware of any. Yet, last week, this is, again, a repeating theme. last week, the committee received a proposal to develop provider protocols, guidance, and curriculum on gender-affirming care and referrals in the Middle East. Taxpayer money in the Middle East. You know, really? How does that help advance our national interests, our national security interests? What does happen is that it will be used by adversaries to alienate us in these countries. Now, you know, what a baffling and irresponsible way to use taxpayer dollars. This is American taxpayer dollars. And I just would not be surprised if this is just the tip of the iceberg. We have heard time and time again today about the dire need for resources. And yet, and we also hear that, you know, this bill squanders U.S. leadership because we're reducing money in things that are wasteful and don't help our national security interests. That these cuts will somehow result in lives lost. And that it'll be our fault because of those lives lost. If that's the case, then why in the world, my friends, would we be spending the so-called precious, life-saving resources on drag queen shows abroad and gender-affirming care in the Middle East? Again, the amendment would also strike the prohibition on funds for diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. These efforts have very little to do with the effectiveness of our foreign policy and instead have everything to do with forcing politically motivated narratives and doctrines into our federal government and into our foreign aid recipients. It also strikes prohibition on the promulgation of critical race theory. Is it too much to ask to keep our foreign policy focused on promoting American interests and values and not promoting false narratives that the United States is evil or inherently racist country? That's what we want to be promoting abroad? Really? With using, you know, Dr. Harris talked about other countries could do certain things. Other countries do criticize the United States a lot, but no, I guess we're supposed to do it ourselves, abroad. Criticize the United States abroad. This could be no further from the truth that the United States is this evil country, and this rhetoric is frankly dangerous and highly damaging. Finally, this amendment would strike a provision that merely seeks to ensure that counter-disinformation programs do not violate the constitutional rights of American citizens. You see, I support programs designed to counter disinformation from foreign adversaries, but recent court disclosures show that the government, including entities funded by this bill, undertook a misguided effort to police the truth by censoring American citizens and media organizations, American citizens and American media organizations. This even included information that later proved to be accurate. Again, I guess we're not supposed to believe our own eyes. So our bill ensures that these programs remain focused on foreign threats to the United States national security, and not Americans expressing lawful and constitutionally protected speech. So this is the bottom line. We can't continue to allow these partisan programs to be funded by American taxpayer money. Using foreign assistance for controversial programs and to advance partisan agendas not supported by most Americans undermines our national interests. It also, by the way, generates a lack of trust, and I understand why, a lack of trust that undermines support for programs that actually do help our national security interests. It's time to get back to some common sense, kind of some basic issues like let's support U.S. national security interests, not being out there paying for, you know, drag shows abroad that we're told have never happened. But I'll show you the pictures if you'd like. It's time to get back to basics. So I strongly urge a no vote on this amendment. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I would yield back.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Ms. Frankel's amendment and thank her for offering it. Section 777 brings the culture wars into our foreign policy, and it brings it in a very divisive way. The inclusion of this provision is a clear example of how Republicans have hijacked the budgetary process in a way to influence our overall foreign policy. Our nation faces real threats from greater power competitions, diseases which have no respect for international borders, and devastating crises created by a warming planet. The provision that the majority is prohibiting in Section 7070 have nothing to do with what we really need to focus on and have no place in this bill. The prohibition on diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's really an affront to so many people considered the other in our own country. This sends the message that in America, we don't embrace who we are as a nation. When we say advancing equity, we are looking to, as stated in Executive Order 14091, support and empower all persons, including the many communities that have been underserved, discriminated against, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality. This type of inequality is suffered by people in the United States and across the world. It must be addressed if we are to make meaningful change in supporting the most vulnerable, including ethnic and religious minorities and the LGBTQ+ community. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Eliminating diversity programs is essentially sticking our heads in the sand and pretending, yes, pretending that all people are treated equally. And we all know that that's not the case. What does the State and Foreign Operations Bill have to do with critical race theory? I have no issue with discussions about the truthful history of how racial discrimination has previously and continues to negatively impact societies today, including in our own country. But banning conversations that make people uncomfortable, that's un-American and it's an attack on free speech. How can the United States fund programs to support human rights and civil liberties around the world when we are villainizing, having discussions about historical facts here at home? The world's history and present are full of issues which are difficult to talk about, but we can only change that which we are willing to discuss. Whether we like it or not, uncomfortable conversations are sometimes required if we want to see improvement in the lives of the most vulnerable and marginalized. So this provision also impedes efforts to ensure transgender people are protected. USG employees funded through SFOPs are impacted and no funds can go to programs that support gender-affirming care. However, this bill goes further than just denying funds for transgender support. It prohibits funding to any organization that's remotely associated with providing gender-affirming care, even if the SFOP's funds would be used to support a non-trans related program. Traditionally, the SFOP's bill projects a moral obligation to protect and expand the fundamental rights of all people. That protection and support must also extend to those who are part of the LGBTQ+ community. There's no question that these people are under attack for just being who they are. Other writers similar to these in every appropriations bill are really clear about the messages that are being sent by the majority. How many times do my Republican colleagues need to emphasize that they do not like the other? They do not like diversity, equity, and inclusion, or critical race theory. Why are Republicans so threatened by it and continue to spew this hateful rhetoric to the extent they write it in the foreign assistance bill? That's beyond the pale. If we are to demonstrate what's best about America to those across the world, these provisions have no place in this appropriations bill or any bill for that matter. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, both Democrats and Republicans, to be on the right side of history today. Vote yes on this amendment.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I rise in support of Representative Frankel's amendment. As I said earlier, the State Foreign Ops and Related Agencies Appropriations Act has always been about providing America with the diplomatic and development tools necessary to uplift the lives and to prevent war overseas. Instead, this year's bill aims to start a war here at home, a culture war, by including anti-diversity riders and riders that are targeting the LGBTQ community. Throughout my years in Congress, I've strongly supported efforts to ensure that our diplomatic corps looks like and reflects our nation's diversity, and that it matches the diversity and it represents the kinship and the synergy with the allies with whom they must work and build relationships. I especially have supported efforts to increase recruitment of Foreign Service and Development officers at HBCUs, which have long been underrepresented among the ranks of Foreign Service officers. Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, African Americans. The diplomatic corps and our intelligence community are inextricably tied to the short-term and the long-term security of the United States of America. By showing that America draws its strength from all of its citizens, America can have a profound influence on improving human rights, justice, and the rule of law around the world. The language in the bill to prohibit funding to implement, administer, apply, enforce, or carry out executive orders in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and accessibility will make America a weaker and lesser nation if it is enacted and if it is implemented. I urge my colleagues to approve the Frankel Amendment and to strike all of these harmful riders. We need to have a diplomatic corps and an intelligence community that represents America, but more importantly, that can relate and have kinship with the allies that we have across the world. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in strong support of Congresswoman Frankel's amendment. Here we are again, having to debate whether members of the LGBTQ+ community deserve equal opportunities and equal rights, especially at a time when the LGBTQ+ community is under assault here at home and around the world. I want to just run you through some really important statistics. At least 67 countries have national laws criminalizing same-sex relations between consenting adults. At least 9 countries have national laws criminalizing forms of gender expression that target transgender and gender nonconforming people. And horrifically, 12 countries have jurisdictions in which the death penalty is either a possibility or a guarantee for private consensual same-sex relations. It pains me to say that in some areas of the world, equality is moving backwards, not forwards. In May, Uganda passed one of the world's cruelest anti-LGBTQ+ law, which stipulates the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality and a 20-year sentence for, quote, promoting homosexuality. And yet, at a time when our leadership on the world stage is so desperately needed, Republicans find it more important to ban drag queen workshops, performances, or documentaries. Like, really, this is the top of the legislative agenda, just like they did in other funding bills. Not only that, but they would also prohibit, and I really want you to pay attention to this really egregious provision, they would also prohibit funding for special envoys, representatives, coordinators, and advisors that aren't expressly authorized or consented to by the Senate. Why would we take the authority and flexibility away from the president, no matter whose party is in the White House, to send special envoys where they're needed, when we need to make sure that we don't have the difficulty and challenge of the legislative process, which is cumbersome and difficult? We have needed to send special envoys all around the world. And really, let's just be quite frank and transparent. What that provision would do expressly is it would effectively eliminate the special envoy to advance the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons. That's what this is really all about. Similar hateful provisions have sprung up in every bill this committee that we've considered so far. It's like we are having deja vu all over again. And the bill is proof that our colleagues across the aisle are aiming to diminish our country, what we stand for, and what our values are, not only for Americans, but for people around the world who look to us for inspiration and hope. We must not allow extremism to be injected and fan the flames of dangerous culture wars into our foreign policy, and we should not export them across the globe, not now and not ever. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this important amendment, and I yield back.
There are votes now, so we will recess and return immediately after the vote, subject to the call of the chair.
Audio check, 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 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Hey, who's this? Oh, hey. Can you or somebody go into 2359's booth and see if you can hear? I don't know if Debbie's still in it. See if you can hear me talking on this microphone and see if there is any static or anything that I don't hear in the room that's making it elsewhere. Audio check 1 2, test 1 2. Audio check 1 2. Testing for House Recording Studio. Check 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2. But you don't hear nothing now.
You get a card. You get a card.
Okay.
Everybody gets a card.
Yeah. All right.
Mr. Rockoff. Mr. Let's start over again, okay? Mr. Pocock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if the chair of the subcommittee would yield to a question. Can you tell me on the drag show that was funded in Ecuador, how much was that?
I have it here.
Sure.
It's actually even on the webpage. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was a drag show. As a matter of fact, if you'd like, I'd just give you this
No,
document.
I'm just asking you, and I don't want to use all my time up. If you could just answer the question, I'd
All right,
appreciate
I
it.
believe that one in Ecuador, I believe, was $20,000.
For one drag show.
I don't know if it was one or multiple, but I have it here and I can share it with you.
Because I think it was for 13 drag shows, and it was for 2 workshops, and it was for a 2-minute video for $21,000. So probably under $1,000 for a drag show, if it was funded that way. Correct?
Here it is.
Yeah. But does that sound reasonable? What I just said?
Again, I have it here. I haven't looked at this document in detail in a little while, but it is all here. It's also on the internet. Again, I'm not sure how funding drag shows abroad helps our national security interests.
Sure.
Which is what we're discussing. And remember, I brought
Which
that up,
could
sir,
be why-
because
let me yield
because
back-
I
I'm
heard
gonna
that
yield
I
back
heard
my
that they
time.
were not been
I'm gonna
doing
take
it. Here
back-
it is.
Sure, I'm going to take back my time. And just one more question. Was that rescinded by any chance, that grant?
This may have been pulled.
Wait. So we didn't spend $21,000 on 13 drag shows, 2 workshops, and a 2-minute video. So $1,000 on the
So that's
drag show
why you
brought
should
up.
not be upset that we're not funding drag shows. If they're not doing it, why is it a big deal to not fund it?
All right,
And if
thank
they're
you.
doing it,
I'll yield back
let's
my
not
time.
fund
I'll
it.
take back my time. So this is interesting. So you're worried about a grant that never occurred, which you could have told us up front. No, it was rescinded. It was rescinded. So anyway, the pride flags that you're so passionate about cost somewhere between, if you look online, $25 to $40. We are micromanaging, pedantically dealing with this budget at such a small level in order to make certain people in your base happy and in your caucus happy who've built a brand around hate. So in doing so, you're doing the silliness of determining whether $25 flags can come out of the appropriations budget. That is pedantic and crazy, quite honestly, that's what we're debating. We have a drought, genocide, child labor, child marriage, disease, famine, malnutrition, droughts, all sorts of things that we could be dealing with. And what we are dealing with is talking about a $25 flag or a rescinded grant. Now, let's just be honest among friends that this isn't for appropriations purposes. We're doing this because you're desperate to get the votes together, and you've got some folks who need this sort of stuff who are still not going to vote for it, by the way. I'm willing to bet any of you on whether or not we get the 12 bills done, by the way, through the floor completely. But let's just admit what we're doing. A rescinded grant, that would have been good information to share during your remarks. And a $25 flag is hardly the level that we should be debating here in the Appropriations Committee. And just for the record, in World War II, there was a show called This Is the Army. 113 performances on Broadway, raised $45,000 the first night for the Army Relief Fund, $10 million overall with, guess what? Soldiers in drag. And then they did a movie on this called This Is the Army, and guess who starred in it? Wait for it. Your friend, mine, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was in the movie This Is the Army about the soldiers doing drag that raised $10 million for the Army Relief Fund. By the way, the highest grossing movie at the time, 3 times what Wizard of Oz had gotten at that point. Now, so for all the worries about, I think you said, the focus on foreign threats that we're dealing with, a pride flag is not a foreign threat. A drag show is not a foreign threat. Ronald Reagan is not a foreign threat. But having this kind of rhetoric on the floor so you can get people who want to pander and fundraise to certain aspects of your base is a threat to this democracy. So I just want to put it out there. I didn't plan on debating, but every time you put this stupid crap up that has nothing to do with appropriations, I'm going to stand up and say something. I yield back.
Rogers is recognized.
Thank you to the Dean of the House. Look, let me be clear. As I mentioned before, this bill is to focus on U.S. national security interests. The issue that was brought by one of our colleagues about, what is taking place in Uganda, that's really serious. I could not be more against, and I think we need to all strongly condemn the recent actions in Uganda that require either life in prison or even potentially the death penalty for homosexuality. But if anybody thinks that paying for drag shows around the world is going to help that attitude, really? That's not how you further U.S. national security interests. And we are refocusing this bill on precisely that. I said at the beginning, if you're an ally of the United States, even if you're an imperfect ally, we're going to recognize and we're going to help you. And if you are an adversary, you're not going to like this bill. And yes, we are refocusing on things that we know that work to further our national security interests and human rights around the world. And again, if anybody thinks that U.S. taxpayer dollars going for things like drag shows around the world help our national security interests, thank God you have the right to believe so. I don't believe that's the case, and I think that is just a waste, not only a waste of U.S. taxpayer money, but it's also a way to hurt the American people's support for funding on things that I think are really important, that actually do further our national security interests around the globe. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Frankel is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Let's see. I have this question. To the gentleman in this room, when did you stop beating your wife? Oh, I don't beat my wife. This is the whole point. You're prohibiting something we're not doing, but that's really not the point. Okay. Boys, here's the point. This is what I first of all, I apologize for bringing up the subject of funding something that we're not funding, okay? But here's the real point. There is an alarming rise in violence against the LGBTQ community, not only this country, but around the world, including Ecuador. That's what we should be railing against. That's what we should care about. And I know you do. So there we agree with that. And with that, I just want to get back on track and say that this very, very fine amendment, which was well thought out, removes the insidious, unnecessary culture war amendments from this bill and makes an ugly bill a little less embarrassing to the rest of us. And with that, I yield back.
Amendment offered by Mr. Frankel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Who's counting? A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands.
We got it.
Good. Moving right along, a sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, yes. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California.
Aye.
Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments?
Chair, I rise to offer an amendment that strikes two provisions in this bill that seek to roll back the progress we've made in protecting communities at home and abroad from climate.
Go ahead. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Which my amendment strikes, will prevent funding for an important federal emissions rule at a time where emissions have pushed global heating near its point of no return, to a boiling point. The amendment also strikes and replaces Section 7061, which eliminates all U.S. funding for the Green Climate Fund and Clean Technology Fund. These are pivotal programs that help the world respond to climate change. As you know, climate change is not just a U.S. problem, it is a global problem. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw how the Canadian wildfires impacted the quality of air here in Washington, D.C., and a significant part of the country was impacted by it. In fact, the NASA Terra satellite revealed photographs of it, and it just was an extreme situation where hundreds of millions of people were being impacted by it. Without action, climate change is estimated to pull up to 132 million people into extreme poverty. It is not just a health-related issue, it's not just a planet issue, it's also an issue that will drive countries and people into poverty levels by 2030. And by 2050, the cost of humanitarian aid due to climate-induced natural disasters will be more than $20 billion annually, double what it is today. And we know what it is because every time we have flooding, we have wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, we have to dig into our pockets. So it has a cost, and it impacts our budget, and it impacts the everyday budgets of families across the country. So I will now withdraw my amendment, Madam Chair, but I am compelled to ask my colleagues to see the light like we couldn't see it a couple of weeks ago, or feel the heat like we will when we walk out to go vote, and before it's too late. And I yield back.
Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
This is Lee Amendment number 2.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members, this amendment would increase funding for the Open Technology Fund at the Agency for Global Media by $22 million. Now, around the world, we know that democracy is under threat. Just a few short decades ago, we held the hope that the internet would be a limitless tool for activists to open up debate, make governments more accountable, and societies more inclusive. In fact, autocrats have figured out how to control and manipulate the internet, blocking billions of people from getting information, truthful information, or organizing with their neighbors. These autocratic efforts have crushed the spirit of pro-democracy activists, but they've made their jobs harder. These activists are looking to the United States for help to break through restrictions on internet access. And the United States has a tool for this. It's called the Open Technology Fund, or OTF. Right now, OTF is supporting more than 2 billion people around the world to get around censorship, get real news, and share their ideas with their family, friends, and neighbors. I'm hearing from Iranian Americans in California who are in contact with their relatives in Iran. For 10 months now, as an example, Iranians have been in the streets protesting the brutal killing of Mahmina, and demanding human rights and real change in Iran. For so many people in Iran, access to the internet is really a lifeline. And for so many of their relatives in California, the internet is the only way to ensure that their loved ones, such as Masha, Amina, their relatives, all people who have relatives in many of these countries. We want to make sure that the internet is accessible and also want to make sure that their loved ones are safe and supported. OTF is working in more places than just Iran, however. It's helping people in China. It's helping Cubans get real news. It's supporting Russian journalists to stay offline, to stay safe offline. The United States should be doing much more to stand with these brave activists. And so my amendment would increase the funding for the Open Technology Fund by $22 million by redirecting funds away from legacy broadcast media to the online efforts that so many people rely on. I urge my colleagues to stand with pro-democracy activists and organizers around the world by increasing funding for the Open Technology Fund. The House mark does not meet the request for these programs, and our bill, quite frankly, should be doing much more to show our leadership. Madam Chair, I yield my time.
Mr. Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. So, by the way, I agree with the sponsor of the amendment about the Open Technology Fund, which is why we have more money for the Open Technology Fund than the previous bill did. And so I agree with her on that. But to reduce funds for the Office of Cuban Broadcasting, I think is a big, big mistake, particularly, by the way, when those funds have been reduced for a number of years. They have been cut. So at a time, by the way, when, funds were being increased for everything, like literally everything, remember that? Just before the Republicans took control of the House. Huge increases of spending for everything, including, by the way, for broadcasting around the world with one exception. Broadcasting that goes so that the people of Cuba can try to break the information blockade. And particularly at a time when, this week, by the way, is the second anniversary when the people in Cuba hit the streets demanding one thing, freedom, demanding freedom. That was 2 years ago. And this is not the time to take away their ability to listen to news and to potentially communicate. This is a time to not only show solidarity with that cause, but more importantly, do specific things that can help the Cuban people reach their ultimate goal of freedom. So if folks don't like broadcasting, I would get that. But what makes no sense is to support broadcasting for everywhere in the world, except for Cuba? Why do the Cuban people they don't deserve solidarity? They don't deserve the opportunity to get news, unfiltered news? It makes no sense, and so, which is why I emphatically would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized now.
Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would undermine our capacity to bring unbiased, objective journalism to the Cuban people and counter Spanish language propaganda that spreads in the United States. I appreciate the ranking member's point of view, but I share her concern about the top line cuts to many of our global media and educational programs, but We simply must do more to fight misinformation spread by dictators, especially those in our own backyard. This amendment does not solve the fundamental problem. The majority is gutting these programs across the board, quite frankly, and I'm a strong supporter of the Open Technology Fund and all the work that the U.S. does to support internet access around the world, especially for people who suffer under authoritarian regimes. But I'm also a longtime supporter of the Office of Cuba Broadcasting, which performs an essential role for the Cuban people. Radio and Television Marti provide informational programs 24/7 through satellite TV, shortwave, and AM radio, as well as through flash drives, emails, DVDs, and text messages. It also provides a critical line of communication for the Cuban American community, especially for the Afro-Cuban diaspora, who are critical to mobilizing demonstrations against the regime and highlighting the flagrant violation of human rights. This amendment is unwelcome and poorly timed. Cuba's suppression of pro-democracy activists has increased significantly in the aftermath of the harsh crackdown against the July 2021 protests, the largest in decades, which kicked off 2 years ago yesterday. The amendment would return OCB to the FY23 funding level, which triggered a threatened reduction in force, otherwise known as layoffs. That's why the American Federation of Government Employees called for OCB to be funded in excess of the FY23 total because current levels are insufficient. The vice president of the local, Oscar Mora, noted that, quote, many employees at OCB were themselves political prisoners and are here fighting against what the Cuban regime is doing to political activists on the island. The local president said that these shortfalls, quote, will prove catastrophic for OCB employees, the Cuban people, and U.S.-Cuba policy. Already, we see Spanish language misinformation spread by dictatorships, including Cuba, making its way into our communities via WhatsApp and other social platforms. While China and Russia step up their disinformation campaigns in Latin America and the Caribbean, aided by regimes like Cuba that amplify their reach, we cannot afford to back down. And as I said in my opening statement, our adversaries will always fill the gap when we step back. We can and should promote both the Open Technology Fund and the Office for Cuba Broadcasting. We can certainly afford to do both. These are not top dollar items. And after all, USAGM's Spanish language program reached an audience of 66 million in 2022 at a price of just 8 cents per person reached. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can promote facts and combat propaganda while continuing our investment in expanding internet access to those who remain in the dark. And by the way, when the internet is difficult to access on the island, making sure that we have radio, Marti, is a way to ensure that we can get the facts and the truth through to the Cuban people. These missions are fundamentally complementary, but I won't stand behind an amendment that underfunds the Office of Cuba Broadcasting, that shortchanges our commitment to Cuba's pro-democracy patriots who have been exiled, imprisoned, and killed for speaking out. I appreciate the gentlelady's passion about this issue, but making sure that we can stand up for democracy in our own hemisphere especially is critical. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Lee is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Let's see, Ms. McCollum's on. Ms. McCollum.
Oh, sorry.
Ms.
Okay.
McCollum, Ms. McCollum.
Before I yield to Ms. Lee, I support your amendment. TV Marti is not just seen in Cuba, it's seen in Florida and other parts in Central America and Mexico. So it's just not a specific targeted audience in Cuba that this goes to. So when you start looking at the amount of money that's spent and the jamming that happens and everything else, I have some concerns as how as effective as you would like it to be. The other point I would just briefly make is, and I made this to some of the Democrats earlier today, where I think we've fallen short in the international broadcasting, Voice of America and everything is how we've abandoned shortwave. Shortwave cannot be jammed. And it started, the tower started coming down under the Bush administration. I've been working on this for 23 years. And if we really want to have an impact to make the communication happen, we need to be looking at going back to low tech. For those of you who were here on 9/11, all of our cell phones crashed. You know, the only thing that was working? Shortwave radio. My brother had friends in Lebanon who were trapped there during the excursion back several years ago. How did American citizens find out how to get to the embassy? Shortwave radio. So with that, I'd like the chair to consider going back to old school because it's the school that works. And I yield to Ms. Lee.
Ms. Lee is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's talk about the Office of Cuba Broadcasting for just a minute. And I know the chairman knows, and it's not a surprise that I'm not a fan of the Office of Cuban Broadcasting, but we're not cutting OCB at all with this amendment. We're providing it with level funding from fiscal year 23. The underlying bill, mind you, would triple funding for OCB, even as the overall bill shrinks by 1/3. My amendment just restores some of this balance, and it does both, to my good friend, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz from Florida. It does both. The Cubans cannot even access radio and TV Marti because they are consistently jammed by the Cuban government. Radio and TV Marti have been around for decades with little or no impact on Cubans' access to information. And they've seen a range of scandals: mismanagement, lack of journalistic standards, most notoriously, the broadcast of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to the island in 2018, and that is a fact. The only saving grace is that Cubans probably never heard that nonsense because the broadcast barely reached the island. Every Cuban needs access to free and accurate information, as do other people and countries, just as everyone, including in our own country, should have. This comes down to a choice between whether or not we want to lavish more funding on a radio station in Miami or whether we want to give people around the world the free internet that they are demanding. I yield and I urge support for this amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
The question is now on an amendment offered by Ms. Lee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Clyde?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment addresses an issue of paramount importance, and that is defunding censorship by proxy, which has occurred through Congress's funding of the National Endowment for Democracy, or the NED. This organization, born in the crucible of the Cold War, has recently been implicated in activities that challenge the very bedrock of our nation, the rights of freedom of speech and the sanctity of open dialogue. The NED, backed and funded by the State Department, stands accused of stifling conservative voices, implementing censorship, and employing tactics that exclude individuals with differing viewpoints. The Global Disinformation Index, a British organization that has been shown to monitor and suppress American discourse, was funded in 2020 and 2021 by over $500,000, $565,000 to be exact, from the NED. Funneled through the State Department, this situation eerily mirrors the dystopian narrative where foreign entities inspired by Orwellian ideologies are given reins to control American discourse. Earlier this year, I spearheaded an effort alongside my Republican colleagues, a dozen of us, penned a letter to Secretary Blinken. We expressed our deep-seated concerns about these Orwellian grants and sought clarity on the State Department's financial support of organizations that display a clear bias against conservative voices. Unfortunately, all I received back was a vague, non-responsive reply. This amendment is a call to defend the principles that define our nation. It is a commitment to ensure that taxpayer funds are not wasted on any form of censorship or suppression that targets conservative voices, or, for that matter, any American voices. We saw a federal judge in Louisiana just last week in Missouri v. Biden block federal agencies and officials from meeting and communicating with social media companies about censoring protected speech. This was a huge victory for the First Amendment. The court is recognizing that the federal government, funded by taxpayer dollars, should not be censoring citizen speech or conspiring with social media groups. Congress should recognize and promote this decision of the judicial branch in preventing any taxpayer dollars from funding the censorship of American citizens. In fact, even our Oversight Committee Chairman, Jamie Comer, said the Committee on Oversight and Accountability is investigating reports that that federal funds administered by the Department of State were used to suppress lawful speech and defund disfavored news outlets under the guise of combating disinformation. And the Oversight Committee was disturbed by recent reporting that taxpayer money ended up in the hands of a foreign organization running an advertising blacklist of organizations accused of hosting disinformation on their websites, including several conservative-leaning news organizations. You know, and the organization that did that was the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy. You know, when this news article came out, fortunately, the NED recognized this and sent a letter canceling the 3 contracts with the Global Disinformation Index. And what they said was an audit of GDI's work in a letter to Senator Grassley in March of this year. They said in an audit of GDI's work in other countries, it revealed no political bias. Nonetheless, based on our review and concerns about the methodology and nature of GDI's reporting in the United States, they severed their relationship with the GDI. And so I applaud them in that. But their internal review of GDI's global work prior to the publication of its report on the U.S. media in December of 2022 gave NED the confidence that its work in diverse countries around the world was credible, objective, and nonpartisan, and that's about the GDI. Nonetheless, given the nature of GDI's work in the United States, NED ended the GDI program. So, fortunately, the NED has heard the concern of Congress and canceled its 3 existing contracts of censorship by proxy with GDI according to this letter. So, Madam Chair, having expressed my grave concern about how the National Endowment for Democracy has misused its funding, and having heard from our esteemed chairman, Diaz-Balart, yes, I will yield.
And I know the gentleman is now intended to, I believe, to withdraw the amendment, but I think it's important the points that you raised, which is why in this bill we have been very purposefully trying to protect the First Amendment rights of Americans. And even though that is something that I have great respect for, even things that I believe are good should not be beyond scrutiny.
Correct.
And so I want to thank you, and I want to continue to work with you. So again, I just thank you for yielding, but I want to continue to work with you because I think you bring up a very important issue, and thank you for yielding to me.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your concern there. I know you believe that the NED still has redeeming value, and so I look forward to working with you, and I withdraw my amendment. But I still want to work with you to make sure that we hold the NED accountable so they never, ever again fund the suppression of lawful speech or defunding of disfavored news outlets under the cloak of combating disinformation. And I yield back.
Rogers for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill to the House.
The question is now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill to the House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, would you like a roll call vote, please?
Go ahead and do this. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro? No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Granger?
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? No. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? No. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California? No. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, yes. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? No. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Calvert is not recorded. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, yes.
Technically, Newhouse didn't vote for himself, somebody else. I think I was watching him, he didn't actually vote.
Does any member, excuse me, it's not over. Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Eyes on. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the noes 27. The motion is agreed to. Yippee. I ask unanimous consent that staff be promoted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, so ordered. That concludes today's business. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.